here on YouTube, and those who follow Spiritual Cryptid Encounters on Facebook, those who follow my short reels, TikToks under HCS895. How's everybody doing this evening? We got a special guest this evening. My cousin Jesse Carbajal from is here tonight to share his experiences. I want to say a thank you to all the people that have joined me in the evenings that helped me get to the 1,000 marker and make this spiritually encounters encounters grow. I'm just here to be honest with you. I haven't slept since I made. I've been up for a while, so I'm trying to make a early video before it gets too late. Till my body just says, you know what, it's time to go to sleep. Uh, so I got cousin Jesus Carvajal here. I was talking about certain topics in the morning. Uh, Introduce yourself to the viewers, cousin.
Hi, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Jesus Carbajal. I am Abe's cousin. His mom and my mom were sisters. I live in Fort Worth, Texas.
So, what we're going to talk about this evening is we was talking about in the morning. I was talking about how when certain things happen spiritually and somebody's trying to wish bad upon somebody that sometimes it goes back to the sender's seven times fold. And we
Yeah.
talk about certain events that happen uh, when there's witchcraft and necromancy happening. That the people that are doing that, they do certain things to place certain objects in possibly like the home or grab something from the individual to uh use it on them uh to cast a spell on them. So in saying that, I'm gonna give the floor to my cousin here, so he can share his experiences of, and we're going to that topic of witchcraft, witchcraft, things that happen when certain things, how the atmosphere is when those events are happening. So I'm gonna let cousin Jesus Carvajal share his story.
Thank you, cousin. Let me start off with when my mom was dying. Uh, when I went from here to Fort Worth over there, I was sitting in the living room, and all of a sudden, my hair stood up, and I started hearing an Indian chanting. I walked outside.
Somebody
I
like
walked
a
outside.
chanting.
I walked outside and I looked around. I could hear the chanting, but could see no one. And then I went back inside, and every day about 5 o'clock, even if the front door was open, somebody would knock on the door, man. And you would look outside, there would be a knock, but there was nobody standing out there. So, one day I was out there watering my mom's plants, man, and I felt kind of weird, man, like I was getting near something, and I was looking, and all of a sudden I looked to my right, dude, and the biggest plant she had, I saw something shiny. So I moved the plant around like that, and I saw one of those old-fashioned Coca-Cola bottles.
Hmm.
It was sealed, and that's where I messed up, man. I picked it up and looked at it, and there was nothing but black hair wrapped around with a nylon thread. So somebody did some witchcraft on her, man, because it was black hair wrapped in a bottle. I mean, in thread in a bottle inside the plant. So what I did, after hanging around with a palero for years, what I did was after I touched it, I
Tell
peed
the
on it.
people, tell the viewers what a palero is, cousin.
A palero is a voodoo witch doctor, and he uses a spirit to do his dirty work. What he does is he goes to the graveyard and collects bones. Those bones that he collects, the soul that belonged to that bone had to serve him. But he must appease the soul with blood.
So
So
a palero is kind of like you say like a witch doctor.
Yeah, and there's
So
no
how'd you
female.
wind up getting mixed up with a palero?
Let me tell you that there's no female that could ever be a palero because she gets her monthly cycle, and the spirit would attack and turn on her, man. So there's no way a female or a gay man could be a palero. But I got involved with that, man, because of my father. My father was involved in that, and I would hang out with the dude that was his godfather, and I went to countless ceremonies, man, all over the United States, man, with that guy to do works, his works. Uh, he made a woman walk that had never walked a day in her life. Uh, he took a guy that I knew to the woods to ask the spirit of the woods if they would take care of that guy. So to get the spirit of the woods to do their bidding, they got a razor blade and they ripped him. They ripped him in the ceremony, man. And the spirit of the woods agreed to take care of him because no other spirits would wanted to touch him, man. That's the only spirit that helped him. Uh, like I said, man, I went to countless ceremonies, man. The only thing I hated about that religion was the senseless slaughter of innocent animals, man, because they needed blood to appease the spirit.
So when you talk about the slaughter animals, that reminds me of the religion, the Indian religion, where they worship that the female goddess with the six arms, because they do the same thing. They sacrifice goats, chickens,
Well,
uh, the Sheba. I believe her name is Sheba.
yeah, a Ganesh or something like that. But yeah, no, man, that religion is Santeria, man. The Palero, the religion is Santeria.
Santeria.
Yes, sir.
Santeria, which is what is
It's more,
Santeria?
it's more like a voodoo thing.
It's kind of like
Uh,
a Santanista, like in a sense
yeah,
of a way.
yeah. Uh, he had a room with a graveyard dirt where he buried the bones. In that room, he also had a snake, centipedes, scorpions, spiders, anything that you think is evil. He had in there, man. And he was the only one allowed in that room. I remember
So
one time he was doing a cleansing, man. He got a dove in his hand, a pigeon, and he started chanting in African, man, and pointing it like that, going like that. No matter how hard the bird tried to fly, it could not fly away because he was chanting. And then he ripped the head off of it, man.
and spill the blood of
Yeah,
the pigeon,
just for the
the
blood.
bird.
Yeah. So yeah, it's a
So
you gotta have real thick skin, man, and not be faint of heart when you're involved in that. But like I said, man, I would go with him. It was never my religion. I just went with him because he would invite me to go. But me personally, man, I never got into that, man. I was just like,
so what would you feel like? Give me your inside view. What you would feel and what you would see. You know, if you were young, you had to see something spiritually around when he was doing certain things. What would you witness?
well, like when we went to the woods, I seen that spirit walk up and stand by the guy and shake his head like that.
So the spirit that you seen, what how was it? How did it look like? What
It
form
was
did it have?
it was in the form of a human, but it was about maybe 7 feet tall, and it had camouflage. Man, you couldn't really see it. Only when it moved, you could see a shadow. That was all you could see.
So it was like blended in with Mother Nature itself,
Yeah,
kind
it
of
was
like
blending in. It was blending in with the woods. It was the spirit of the woods, man.
the spirit of the woods.
Yeah.
So
Uh,
you said that that what did they do to the man and the spirit took the
they,
man?
they rent his clothes with a razor blade. They rent his clothes and washed him with of all things turtle water. They got turtles and put them in the water, and the feces and urine from the turtle, that's what they washed them with.
Oh, wow. So
Yes, sir. When I saw him being rent, they tore his clothes and then they threw it off of him, and then they started cutting him, man, with the razor blade, drawing blood.
so what was the matter with the man?
Uh, he needed protection against the the law, man.
The he was in trouble with the law.
Yeah, so he needed protection, and that spirit was the only one that agreed to protect him. And yeah, man, he won his court case. They didn't arrest him. And he was free.
So basically, you're saying that voodoo is exists just like witchcraft and necromancy and all of that. You know that is in existence, and certain things happen in that nature. When you heard you said it was like a native chanting or like a chant of sort. What
Yeah,
did you feel? What presence did you feel when you were hearing the chanting at your mom's house?
when I heard it, man, my like I said, my hair stood up, and I felt like something evil was standing at the doorway. So like I said, I went outside, and then the next day I found that thing, and like I said, I went to too many voodoo ceremonies. So I peed on that bottle because that's what you're supposed to do to kind of break some of the curse. And then I dug it up, put it in the back seat of in the trunk of my car, and I went to one of the canales and I threw it backward over my shoulder, and I didn't look where it landed because you're not supposed to see where it goes. The couple of days afterward, man, we were digging underneath the back door, and I found some clay pots that were turned upside down back there, man. So whatever they did, man, they did a good strong work, man, because I found like three or four clay pots, man, that were turned
Then
upside down.
what did you do to the pots?
The pots, I broke them and threw them in the garbage after I peed on them. That's what they taught me to do when I was going to those ceremonies. Anything that you find like that, man, that you have to urinate on it. And it also, man, most people don't know this, man, but I'm gonna try to warn people. If you see like anything on the side of the road, man, don't pick it up, man. Because that guy that I used to hang out with, there was a man that was sick, a kid that was sick. It was a kid. So he got the kid's toys and rubbed them with it. And he said, all the sickness that you have will go into this toy, and whoever picks it up will get it. And then he would just throw them on the side of the road or bicycles or stuff like that. And people who pick that up, man, they they get what the person had, man. They get the sickness, it goes to them. It's like he's casting out the demon, and whoever picks that up, that demon's gonna possess whoever picks it up.
So the so basically what you're saying, whether it's in the side of the road or you find something in your property that you know doesn't belong to you,
Don't
maybe
pick it
you
up.
grab it with maybe gloves or not touch it at all,
Don't
or
touch it at all. Use a broom and the dustpan. If you find flowers, dead flowers in your yard, don't touch them. If you find toys, tools, don't anything you find in your yard that wasn't there, don't touch it. Get rid of it, throw it in the garbage, and just say, uh, "This is not mine. Whoever dropped it, this is yours." And whatever curse is on there will go back to the person that put it on there.
I got a question for you. How about if, for example, you find maybe a dead cat on the fence with his gut out, hanging
Uh,
from hanging from the fence because they hung it? Or how about if you trip over a donkey's head and it's just a head that somebody placed on your?
those are not curses, cousin. Those are markers. They put them there to send spirits to the house, so the spirits can find where they're going. Those are markers. Plain and simple, man. Those are markers. No, you timed out.
Hello? Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, those are markers, cousin. Those are markers.
Well, those are markers that people place there so the demons can come and know where to do the spiritual hit.
Exactly. Those are markers, man.
Yeah, I remember I used to get rid of all that kind of stuff when back home. I didn't want my brothers and sisters to freak out, but I was always running. There was hanging the cats with the guts sticking out, and I go get rid of them. They put a donkey's head on our doorstep, and I got rid of that also. I threw it in the alley. I literally picked it up from the ears. It was pretty heavy, and I got rid of it in the alley. This when I was like 17. You know, yeah, I feel that's what
Yeah.
I felt that I had to do spiritually, get rid of it, get it out of the property. In
Anytime
which
you pick up something
what
like
would
that,
happen is when I get rid of it in the alley, I could always hear commotion in the alley,
mm-hmm.
like something was happening in the alley, like I could hear like goats and stuff like that, but it would stay in the alley. It wasn't going into our yard.
Yeah, no. Anytime that you find something like that, man, and you touch it, you need to take it to running water, man. It's got to be disposed of in running water. I'm on rock. I asked to project it a couple of times, man, but I haven't been able to since they operated my eyes. But I used to be able to go backward and forward in time, just answering your question. But no, cousin,
Or for the astral projecting, could your astral project travel?
I did it a couple of times.
In the dream state, sometimes when you're resting, I know in the dream state, my spirit took me to a location which was in Italy, right? And what I was witnessing is there was people that were dressed in all in black, and one of them was holding a red rose, and they were killing people. And my spirit was trying to protect the people that were getting killed. Well, when I woke up, I said to myself, "Oh, it's just a dream." But when I turned on the news, they said that there was a massacre right in Italy where there was a cult called the Rose. The what was it called? The Rose. They were called the Rose. That it was a cult and they had killed a lot of people. So I guess spiritually, you can astro if that's considered astral projection, where you're seeing something and you're trying to interfere. I'm capable of doing that. I've done that numerous times.
I remember when I was 14 that I would go to sleep, man. I would always wind up in a room with my best friend and his girlfriend and her sister, and that was in 1984, right? That didn't come to pass to 2005, man, where I found myself in that room with my friend, that same girl and her sister, and it freaked me out because I had leaped forward in time a lot of years, man, from 84 to 2000. Yeah, and when it came to pass, I felt like a glitch. I was like, I've been here before.
Yeah, kind of like what people call deja vu
Yeah,
or a premonition.
yep. And
That
then
you seen it I've been like that when I was in army, when I was in Germany. I passed in between like two buildings, and I got the deja vu that I remembered I had been there before. But it's kind of like your spirit knows sometimes that's what's happened in the past, because it'll take you to the past where certain events have happened, and then take you to the future. And when you're living your life and doing your job, right? Like I was in the army, and I passed through this. Like there was some buildings and some trees. I remembered that I had been there already, but it's because I guess I was shown in advance that area, look like a premonition.
cousin, I remember one time we were gonna go. I fell asleep and had this dream that I got arrested, right? And the next day, we went to the park, and I got my older friend to go to the liquor store and buy me a bottle, right? And in my dream, I went after he went in the store. I went back to behind the store to use the bathroom, right? And got arrested. So when I was at the park, I was about to cross the street, and I remembered deja vu, right? So I went back and sat on a picnic table and watched the liquor store. No sooner did I sit down, man, in a cop car came back there and went around the back of the building, man. If I had gone back there, I would have got arrested, man.
Wow, it's kind of like you
Yeah,
already knew what was going to happen,
yeah,
so
man. Yeah,
you didn't do it, and
yeah.
they would have
That
got
was
you for
weird. That was
was it
weird. That was weird
public
watching it
exposure?
happen.
Okay, and let's see. Somebody said, "Are they related?" Yes, we are related. This is my cousin, Jesus Carbajal.
Ah,
And then somebody says, "Do these things affect the people who have been baptized?" Yes,
uh,
if the person is has a spiritual opening and they have lost their way with Jesus Christ, even though they're baptized and they might be living in sin, that could be a spiritual opening. Or if they're doing drugs, drinking liquor, alcoholic or something of that nature, the spiritual opening is there because they're living in the sin. So yeah, they can attack. They see that as an opening to attack them spiritually, especially if somebody's got a spiritual hit on them. They'll send uh, the people that are involved doing wrong to people. They'll send them their direction, and they'll place certain objects, or they might make contact with them just to put the spell on them or the maldad on them.
cousin. Speaking of that, you remember what happened at the cemetery when we were burying my mom? All those
Yes,
black birds showed up.
yeah, I remember. I didn't get to see my aunts because at that time I had a blood clot on my leg, so I couldn't drive. So I had to wait for my brother to get off from his job to go to the valley, which was my brother Tom. And when we got there, we had to get dressed at the cemetery because we got there late. We didn't get to go to the church, but we got there where when they already had the canopy set up, and I was walking with my brother, and as we were walking up there, I noticed something. The first thing I noticed was these giant black birds. The wind was pretty strong, and they were trying to come towards where my aunt was going to be buried, and they were trying to come, but the wind would take them away. Right? They were getting closer. There was a bunch of them.
Do you
So
know what
when I
happened
got
to
to
those birds?
where all the family members are, this is what I remember because I'm calling it from my point of view because I was seeing it from the sidelines. What I witnessed was this: there was
Uh,
three women that were sitting towards the back. They were speaking a different language, and it was in Spanish or English. Right? It was something that was unrecognizable. So when I witnessed that, and I seen the blackbirds, I already knew what was going on. They were summoning those blackbirds to come. So I went into prayer against them, and I started praying against them, your Father. And when the birds were trying to come, the wind would blow and push them away. So I fought with them spiritually there. What did you witness, cousin?
bro, I saw that and those black birds, man. When we were leaving town, they followed us, ramming the vehicles that we were in until we passed the garita, man. They
So
were slamming into our vehicles, man.
we got brother Carlito here. How you doing, brother Carlito? He's on Cryptid and Paranormal Kingdom.
What's up,
So
Carlito?
something else happened, cousin. After your mom got buried, right? We all had the little
The little
gathering
feast,
at,
the
at
little
at the
feast.
house, and those same three ladies
They were sitting in the living room.
holding hands. They never let go of their hands. They were locked in, right? So when I went to the living room, they were sitting on the couch and they were chanting something in a different language. So I felt that as if they were trying to do something there, and it was more than just dealing with your mother, right? So I went into prayer, and when I went into prayer saying the Our Father, because they were chanting something I understand, I started saying the Our Father. They got up real fast and ran out of the house.
Yeah, I
They
remember they
got
were
in their
parked across the
vehicle and they
street.
drove off.
They were parked across the street.
Yeah, in a brown car.
Well, later that night,
You
I was
know?
out.
Do you know who they were?
There were some of my mom's aunts, man.
That's crazy.
Well, later that night, primo, me and my friend Juan, you remember Juan Garza?
Hmm.
We were standing out there, man, in the yard. And right, you remember where the waterworks used to be? Across the street from Olga's? This blackest lechuza I had ever seen, man. Went and stood on top of that pole where they used to get the water from and was looking toward our house, just screeching.
Yeah,
And I told my friend Juan, you know what to do. And you know his story, man. He got rid of it. He made it run. It went back there in the alley where Olga sleeps. It might have been Olga. I don't know. But
yeah.
that's why my mom, before she passed away, she told everyone that only the immediate family, like my aunts and us, we could see her. When people came into the funeral, it was a closed casket. Nobody could see her, man. She knew that they were going to try to do something to the body while she
She
was.
knew. I had spoken to her before she passed away. I was the one that talked to her about, that there was a way to make it into heaven. We had to repent for our sins, place Jesus Christ first. We talked for about 2, 3 hours when she was feeling sick, and I was telling her what I was going through. I know she accepted the Lord Jesus Christ as a Savior, but those women that were together, I think they had to do something with that because I mean we're family, right? We're family. They're related because they're your mom's aunts or cousins, right? Why would they be talking a different language? Why not talk normal so everybody can understand what they're saying? You know,
And that's another thing, Primo. Have you noticed how most of my aunts on my mom's side and your mom's side, they look very, very native? They look native, man. So it had to be some form of
native
in
language.
native language witchcraft, man. That's the only thing I
I,
can
I
come up
think I
with.
think it's more like when I was making the video last time, how the native people always say that the Bigfoots were demons, right? Because they were teaching their people the witchcraft and necromancy. When that's just a way, they had to learn that from somewhere. And I believe because once I started saying the Our Father deliverance prayer, they got up and took off. You remember Tia Rachel? She was like, "Hey, where did my tias go?"
Yeah,
So
I
I don't know.
remember.
They just got up and left.
And
But it's
all
because I
three,
was fighting them spiritually.
all three
That's
of
why
them
they left.
were dressed in black, man. All three of them were dressed in black, head to toe in black. Yeah, man.
Basically, what and that side of the family, there was division. That's what the unseen forces do. There was division. There's some people that believed in Jesus Christ, and there was division because some people decided to do other things. To my understanding, especially when I witnessed them, I've been knowing this because I was one of those children that always listened and paid attention to what people are saying to the surroundings. When I enter a home, I've always had the spiritual gift. So when I enter a home where somebody is practicing the dark arts or something in that nature, my senses warn me, and I know I was so good that I could be able to go to find where their hidden altars were, where they were worshiping something else. So I already knew what they were about. So when I seen them doing what they were doing, I felt that what they were trying to do is the wrongdoing that they did to your mom, my aunt. They were trying to send it to another family member, whether it was another sister or possibly a next of kin. You know, that like a generational curse. And they were doing that because I'm telling you, I've told you the stories about this, how the collector comes from people that done made their deals. So they probably was trying to buy themselves some more time, right, to stay alive. So they were trying to make uh, deals with what they've made deals with to buy more time. If it meant sending those soul collectors or demons to the next of kin or another family member.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
prayed against that, and if you notice, because we've lost some family members from that side of the family that were dabbling in that in a very tragic ways.
Yes, yes, yes. It's like you just said, man, that you feel it. This last time that I went to Mississippi, man, they supposedly gave me the best trailer they had. It didn't have no ceiling on the inside, man. As soon as I walked in there, I felt it, man. And when I looked to my right to the first bedroom, I, I felt it heavy, man. Felt it heavy. So I worked during the day, and my ex son-in-law worked at night. So like the very first night that I slept there, I couldn't sleep because I could hear stuff walking on the ceiling. And then I went to and laid in the back bedroom, and then I could see a shadow, a black shadow, man, come from that first room all the way down the hallway and stand in my doorway, man. And then when I had that accident that I lost my toe over, they told me to take that rest of the day off, right? So I'm in my bedroom, man. How the hell did that door slam shut and it had a little thing to put a lock, a latch, and to put the lock you had to twist it? Well, it twisted, man. I was locked in the room. I couldn't
You
get
were
out,
locked in the
man.
room.
I was locked in my room. I couldn't get out, man. But I didn't panic. Tiger claws, man. I tore that door off the hinges with my hands. But yeah, man. And the last day that we stayed there, I decided to go take a nap in that room. It was a mistake, man. Something was dragging me by my feet up in the air.
It picked you up from
From
your
my
feet.
feet. From my feet. It was trying to, I guess, shake me down for money or something. I don't know, man. But it picked me up by my feet, man. I woke up and said, "What the hell?" That was the last night that I spent in that house, man. That trailer house, man. It was bad, man. It was bad. I mean, like as soon as I walked in, I felt it, man. I knew there was something there, and I knew where it was. It was in that first bedroom. I put a padlock on it, man. Not that it would make a difference, because the spirits go through the walls and whatnot. But it made
So
me.
you seen the shadow figure of the head man. Did you ever sense the spirit of a little girl?
Yes, the first time I went to Mississippi, but let me tell you, cousin, in that trailer house, I was asleep one night, man, and I heard a voice in my ear said, "You're gonna die." And then something popped inside my head, and I woke up and I saw the shadow running away from my room, man. That freaked me out, man. But in that the first time I went to Mississippi, we had the company provided a house, and we were happy that we got a whole house, right? But what they didn't tell us was that the house was in the middle of a cemetery.
Oh man!
When you looked out the windows, you could see the tombs, and then it had a creek that ran down the side, and there was woods on the other side of the creek. Man, there was woods. But there was a little girl that would always be in my room and in my closet, and she was blonde haired. Her face was covered in blood. She was wearing a white nightgown covered in blood, and she would open and close my room door. So I started locking it, and she wasn't in the hallway, man. She would come out of my closet and just stand in front of my bed, man, and say she wanted to play.
So when all these things were happening, when you seen the hat man and the little girl, I mean, I know we've walked a different lifestyle, me and you. Did you ever like pray against them and tell them to leave or leave you alone?
Actually, what like in that house? in the cemetery, what I did is I put up a water barrier around my bed and put clean unused water bottles around my bed so he couldn't get near my bed. And pretty much I got used to it, man. That she would open and close the doors. So I just, as long as she wasn't coming around my bed, I was fine, man. I wasn't scared of
Well,
her.
you had no choice because that's where you were working. You right, and that was the place you were going to be staying at.
Yeah, yep. And you know what's weird? Weird. You could hear a doorbell, but the house didn't have a doorbell button.
Oh wow!
Yeah. And
So it's
one
kind of
time,
like a trapped echo, or someone was mimicking an echo of
a
a
doorbell.
doorbell. Yeah.
Yeah, man,
Uh,
I saw a werewolf, man, on the other side of the creek, man, in the woods. That's the same werewolf I saw at the gym that one night that everybody was looking for it, man.
so how did this werewolf look like, or lycanthrope, right? How did it
Yeah.
look like when you seen it?
Well, when I saw it, man, I saw that his face was like that, right? And he was walking upright, dude. And he was tall. Well, it was tall.
Well, how
But
tall how tall was it that if you were
well,
measure it?
I was standing on top of the feeder, and from the feeder, I could see it was almost as tall, or not taller than the modules. So
So
you
that's
know
pretty tall for how tall are the modules normally.
the modules should be anywhere from 6 to 7 feet tall, man. Because I'm five
So
foot seven, man, and I can't reach the top of the modules, man.
so then that had to be taller than the module,
Yeah, and I could see it,
like
man. It
eight
was
foot, 9 foot, possibly.
yeah. At first I couldn't believe what I was seeing, and then it turned like that, and one of the spotlights that we had out there, it hit it, and his face was shiny, man. He had a shiny face, and the fur was like
What do you mean
reddish
shiny?
blonde
Is it
fur.
was it like grayish,
No, it was reddish blonde.
reddish blonde? It had like a brownish fur, or
Yes, and then when I saw it, I set the alarm out, man. And since they had living quarters there at the gym, all the people that lived there, man, stopped. We shut the gym down, man. Uh, they stopped the gym. Everybody piled into a truck, and they were chasing it. They were doing 40, 50 miles an hour, and they couldn't catch it.
so everybody was
Yeah,
chasing it.
except for me, the dumb one. I was running by myself with just a box cutter. Excuse me. I was running by myself with just a box cutter, man, and the hairs on my head stood up and my arms. Uh, I stopped and I
You
could
can put your
sense
camera a little bit private because you're too close. There you go.
right there. Like I said, man, I felt it to my right and I looked and it was standing by a module, man, a cotton module. It had red eyes, man. And I pulled my knife out, man, and started getting closer. It started shrinking and shrinking and disappeared into the shadow with a puff of smoke, man.
So, at what time frame of the night? Because you worked the night shift.
Yeah,
What time of the night was it?
it was around 2:30, close to 3 o'clock in the morning.
2:33 in the morning. 2:30. You between 1 and 2, you got the witching hour, and then between 3 and 4 is the demonic hour. So, what you probably were seeing was a manifestation of a werewolf or lycanthrope. When you
And
see it disappear, then you knew that it was something that was not in the flesh. Then you knew
yes,
it
yes,
was
yes.
something demonic.
But you
So when
know,
it disappeared, did it leave a smell, a stench, like
yeah,
so
it smelled like rotten eggs.
rotten eggs?
But you know what, man? I wasn't even afraid of it, even though I just had a box cutter, because I could see it and it could see me, man. And then, like I said, I was walking toward it, and it was retreating from me, man. I don't know why, but it did.
It's probably because you wasn't afraid of it. It probably knew that somewhere within you, uh, you wasn't afraid. And normally, when they manifest that way around that time frame, it's for the fear factor. Because if you start fearing it, I guess it didn't expect for everybody to start chasing it, you know.
Yeah.
So it's like, hey, they're coming after me. Uh, Let me disappear and just get out of here, you know.
You know me, cousin. I'm always down for a good fight, man.
Yeah, yeah.
And like I said, I was by myself, man. It could have came out and attacked me if it wanted to, but like I said,
That's what people don't understand, that if you see witness something like that and it disappears and it smells like sulfur, pestilence, which is like urine or sewer, or what is the smell that you smell, cousin?
rotten eggs.
Or rotten eggs, and it vanishes in front of you, it's because it's demonic in nature. Uh, but they can remember when they bond, they try to bond all your senses. So as you're smelling, they can corrupt your smelling senses also. So because that's how they attack spiritually, is when you're smelling, or if you're hearing something or you're seeing something, they're trying to find a way into your foundation. When you think
Well,
you're witnessing them, they're waiting to see what you're going to do. If
yeah,
you're going
no,
to give them the reaction to so they can attack
my master,
spiritually.
my master, he taught me that your eyes can fool you, your ears can fool you, but your senses are cannot be fooled because you can feel them.
Yes, yo, I was going with my senses, my spiritual senses, man. Uh, they're very conniving. Uh, that's when you told me the story and the time frame. It's like, yeah, it had to be demonic. So they're going to be chasing and they're not going to catch nothing. You know, we got a lot of people in the cryptid community. They say they're hunting a Bigfoot or hunting a. There's some that they hunt. Uh, uh, they're looking for the. How should I say, dog man, werewolves or canine, or in some nature a lycanthrope. But they say the same thing. They say that they'll go through an object and disappear. Something that's in the flesh, brothers and sisters. I'm sad to say, something that's in the flesh, 100% flesh. You run into a tree, you're gonna get knocked out because it's solid. It's something solid against something solid. You know. So when they go into a tree, it's because they're not really flesh and blood creatures. They're more of the spiritual aspect, where it's either disembodied spirits, unclean spirits, or demonic spirit.
It's
But they have
like
the
the,
abilities to manifest and to look into anything beastly.
like the one I saw in my other backyard at my other house before we moved. Remember I told you that I had gone over there toward where you live, and my truck was running good, man. I went over there to past Killeen, came back. I put gas in my truck. It started right up, right? I drove it to the house, and I was gonna park it in the backyard. When I got to the backyard, I saw this shadow figure that looked like a Native American, but it had a tail. It had a tail, and it disappeared into a tree. And when I passed that tree, my truck turned off, man. It had been running for like 4 to 6 hours. My truck turned off, man. Like I don't
It, it
understand.
drained the energy out of your truck.
Yeah, and then I started
That's
the
what it
truck
did.
back up. I started the truck back up, and I parked it. And then I went and closed the gate, and like I told you, I could always see like Lycanthrope standing in the back of the yard, just like this. He would
How
always
tall? How
stand.
tall was the lycanthrope that you would see?
Well, I'm gonna say he was at least 7 feet tall, man, because he was taller than the fence. And he would always be in that one corner. He would never move from that corner, man. He would just stand there like that in that corner.
We got somebody, cousin. They got a question. Is it how do you get rid of them?
You have to pray.
You pray against them. How you get rid of them when you witness them? I put it to the test because that manifested to look like a werewolf, lycanthrope, or what people want to call dogman. I know I'm a werewolf and lycanthrope, but I put it to the test. This is what you do, but you have to have true faith and believe in Jesus Christ when you do this,
And you
because
can't be having any fear
because if you're not
whatsoever.
ready to fight spiritually, they can attack spiritually. What I do is when I see them and they're manifesting in a beastly form because they're trying to do the fear factor on me, and they're looking at me, I say, I type on the rebuke in Jesus Christ's name. When I say that, puff of smoke, they disappear. And that's when I know that I'm dealing with something demonic. Because if it was a something that's in the flesh, something that big, it's going to attack. But it would disappear or flee when I would type on and rebuke it and Jesus Christ's name. That's what you have to do is go into prayer. Another thing you can do to protect your home or yourself is keep your house cleansed, protect your home, place some spiritual crosses on the windows, on the doorways, so nothing can come in your house. You could
Spray holy
also
water. Spray holy water
where
in
like
your room.
where you sit by
Uh-huh.
the tree, you could place a spiritual cross on the tree, all around the tree, so it won't be able to use the tree as a portal to go in there. That's what I would do. Every if I see one standing in a certain location, I would wherever it stood, I would place a heavenly cross with holy water or something pure like olive oil or garlic mixed together. If I will see a shadow figure go into a tree, wherever it went to, I'll place a heavenly cross so it won't be able to use that tree to teleport or not teleport, but use it as a how should I say what's the proper word? Because when something goes through an object
Uh,
spiritually,
Man, I was gonna say teleport, but it's not teleport.
it's not teleport. Teleport would be something like UFO.
It transpasses or
I would say what something in that nature, like teleportation. Okay, let me see what else somebody says here. Somebody says if you ain't with God, you become a Scooby snack to the dog man. No, it's more of not a Scooby snack, but you become possessed, and they can eliminate you.
you
It's not
remember
you're
I
not
told
become
you.
a. They're not gonna. You're not gonna become a snack, but they can eliminate you from this world.
You remember
If
I told you I got possessed. You remember I told you that I
if
got
you try to
possessed.
challenge them spiritually and you're not ready for it because you truly don't have a relationship with Jesus Christ or you're not blessed with a spiritual gift of discernment, they're going to attack you. And when they attack you, you're not going to remember because they're going to take over your body, man. That's what they do. Anything
You
that's disembodied, that's demonic, they don't have a vessel. That's why I call them disembodied, which means they're in the flesh. They can manifest to look in the flesh because they're demonic, but if you challenge them and you say a tiebreaker in the a tiebreaker rebuker through Jesus Christ, but at the same time you don't have a relationship with Jesus Christ, you're living in sin. You have a spiritual open of anger, hatred, vengeance, unforgiveness. They're going to use all that to come after you, and they're going to come in numbers in which they can possess you.
you remember when I
So
told you I
it's
got
more
possessed
of,
at church?
and that's what they do. They possess the host. There was this lady. They used to live where I used to live in Elms Grove. She was a Puerto Rican lady. She was always coming to her house to ask for cigarettes. Well, that evening she asked my sister for a cigarette, and my sister said she don't got none. And the lady said, "I'm just going to go to the corner store." She cut through the woods, and then next thing you know, you hear all kinds of sirens and everything like that. When we go walking to see what's going on, because we knew the lady had gone, she had to cross the woods to get to the highway. The truck driver said there was a truck driver. He said that the lady came out of nowhere, like if something was chasing her, and she just jumped right in front of his vehicle. Now, was it that she just jumped in his vehicle for the hell of it? Or was it because possibly she might have gotten possessed in the woods? That it possessed her body to get in front of the vehicle to destroy the vessel. As far as I know, I hear her laughing sometimes in those woods. The same laugh that I remember her, but you got to remember some of this unclean spirits, demonic spirits that can mimic voices. But that's what will happen if somebody's not spiritual ready to fight a spiritual battle. In that nature, that something will happen. And the thing is, you can give the enemy power through fear. You can give him power through belief. You have to maintain your love foundation and play Jesus Christ first when you're going to go into spiritual battle. That's the only way you're going to overcome them through Jesus Christ. Go ahead, cousin.
I was telling you, you remember I told you I got possessed at church? Your other cousin Joe left something in the back seat of my truck that was bonded to him, and I didn't sense it until it got me. So I went to church of all places, man, and they were praying and singing, and the more they prayed and sang, the more aggravated I was getting. It wanted me to go up to one of the brothers there and just rip him apart.
Thank you,
And it,
Shannon. Go ahead. Go ahead, cousin. I'm reading the
I don't
comments.
have, I don't have any teeth, but it was wanting me to bear fangs, and I'm like, I don't have fangs. I mean, you can get possessed, dude, but if you're not a weak-minded individual, you can take control because you control your body. So I decided to leave, and they wanted me to let it out there, and I told them, well, what if I let it out and you can't control it like I can control it? Something's gonna happen here in this church. So I took
Go ahead,
off,
cousin.
man.
There's a Smurfy. Smurfy says, "Yep, I got attacked by a demon at church too."
Uh, I was driving home, man, and my neck was going like this, and I was trying to bear fangs. I don't know why, man. I called my mom. I said, "Hey, get the holy water, leave it on the porch, and go inside." So I got home. I saw the holy water. I got off. I started spraying myself with holy water and crosses, telling it that in the name of Jesus Christ to get out of my vessel, that it wasn't allowed to stay in my yard or go in my house. And I felt it come out of me because I felt drained. And I walked up the steps and got in the house, and I
You,
was shutting the front door.
you can put your
Some,
camera a little bit para atrás, primo, so they can see your face. Uh,
as I walked in the door, I could hear somebody laughing in the front yard. My mom heard it too. She goes, "Who's out there?" I go, "Nobody." I closed the door and made a sign of the cross with the holy water in the back of the doors, so they couldn't get in. But yeah, man, it almost got
when
me.
you got processed on the church, cousin, in church there's a lot of people that go repent for their sins because they're living in sin. Do you feel that there's something transferred for somebody to you? Like maybe you make contact with somebody that
Uh,
got transferred to you,
it
or
got
did you have a spiritual opening that something was attached on you already?
no, primo. What happened is I was a little annoyed at your cousin Joe, and it was bonded to him. I saw it on him.
Annoy
Okay.
means angry, right? You were angry.
Yeah, I saw it on him, bonded to him, and I told him, you need to pray and you need to go to church because you have something on you that's really, really bad. And he's like, you know how he is, right? He started
Yeah.
cussing and whatnot. When he got out of my truck, I didn't notice that it wasn't on him. So when I dropped him off, I was driving to church and it attacked me from the back seat of the truck. So when I got to church, I was already possessed, man. Like I said, they were praying and singing, and the more they prayed and sung, the angrier I got. He was wanting me to hurt somebody, man, but that's not in my nature anymore to get physical with anybody. So I took it with me. I let it out in my front yard, and when I got up in the morning, it wasn't there anymore. But that was very very weird. Now the people at church now they shun me, man. Nobody talks to me anymore. Oh, excuse me.
Yeah, that's what happens sometimes when, because when you go to church, like I said, there's people that might be living in sin, that might have a negative attachment. That's why they go to church because they're trying to ask God for forgiveness, or maybe going to church because they're trying to get spiritual help. So what happens is if the unclean spirit that's within them or that's bonding them see somebody else that's got more spiritual openings, they'll go after that person. When I used to go to church, because I've been spiritually gifted for a long time. I will see them uh hanging in the on the rooftop of the church, on the church, and when I could see them fly like in disembodied form into people, where it would jump into somebody, it will make the person cough real loud, like to disrupt the sermon. Then it would get out of the person, go jump into. a baby that's not baptized, and it will make the baby cry. So that they can cause all kinds of chaos and havoc. So that's why you always have to be spiritually prepared and keep your loved ones. How should I say? You have to pray for your loved ones. Keep your host, keep your home protected spiritually at all times. Because the spiritual war, I see spiritual war is very real.
Hey, cousin, this happened to me 3 weeks ago, man. Okay, I was sitting in church. The service hadn't started yet, right? I had to go to the bathroom. I was the first one down to the bathroom. I turned on the lights, right? I used the bathroom. I was washing my hands, and the sink has a mirror right in front of you, so you can see the out hallway. On this side over here, the steps go back up to the church, right? I was washing my hands, man, and all of a sudden I looked up and I saw a black shadow figure, man, poke its head right here behind me, and then it headed up the steps. So I headed up the steps. You gotta go up and then around and then back up. As I was going up, I heard the door to the church open because it got loud. So when I reached the top of the stairs, the door was barely closed, and I grabbed it and opened it, and there was nobody walking in front of me. Then the next thing you know, man, uh, up there on top of the stage where they were singing and whatever, one of the lights on top flickered during the whole service, man. It was just flickering all the time we were there, man.
Causes disruption. Sister Mandy says, "Dang, I'm not baptized. I wonder if that's why I've had so many experiences." I would say yes. If you're not baptized, you're not legally. Uh, Baptism is very important. That's how the Heavenly Father protects you. So it's important to get baptized. But baptized is that you're acknowledging Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior. As you're acknowledging Him, then you get closer to Him, and in which He's there to protect you even more spiritually. And somebody say that's why you have to cover yourself with the precious blood of Jesus. Yes. Somebody says they only attack you because they are losing you. Well, yeah. If they've been having you bonded for a long time, and you're awakening spiritually, and you're tired of having anger in your heart, having unforgiveness, and you want to change yourself as a person, and as you're awakening, they want to pull you back. They don't want to let you go. So it's going to get even harder. That if they already got a grasp over you, it's going to be that harder for you to free yourself from that. But through Jesus Christ, with the love foundation of forgiveness, it's possible. You can forgive your you can free yourself from that kind of bondage. How? By taking authority over them and say, I tie upon you can just question them. You're not allowed on my body. You're not allowed on my home. Leave. You have to tell them to leave. Take authority. Show them that you're not afraid of them.
Sometimes I wish I didn't see the things that I see, cousin. But then again, I'm glad I see them. That way I don't run into them ignorantly. You know what I'm saying?
Well, when I was doing the video 2 nights ago in the backyard, that I was kind of tired, and I said, well, maybe I'm seeing these things because I'm tired. What I was seeing was a lot of shadow figures. I seen something to the right that was dressed all in gray and was real tall, looked like a demon. And I kept on praying throughout the video, even though I was seeing everything because the camera was facing my way. I was seeing everything that was showing itself. So I kept on praying through the video. When I was saying my farewells at the end, this is what happened. The source, right? I'll call it the source. When I was saying farewell to everybody from the live feed, from behind the oak tree, it stepped to the right. It was a lechuza. A lechuza. I seen right through it, and I seen the form of a woman. It was a lechuza that was like 5'6". I went to where the height of it was. It was like 5'6".
So the
That's how tall it
relationship.
was, and he was standing on the ground. He showed his body to me, and he was just looking at me like that, like a person would look. And I wasn't afraid, and I was saying my farewells as I was looking at it, and he was looking at me. He flew away. It
Sounds
was
like
a
you ran
lechuza
into him.
bruja. So, because I when I was praying, I said, if there's anything negative there, I said, take a lesson because I'm preaching about Jesus Christ in your time. Well, the lechuza was a witch that showed herself, and she was the one that was bringing all that activity to the house that night. So when he was looking at me, I said, he's going to try to charge at me. If he charges at me, the chair I got, I'm going to use it on it. It's going to be a fight. Somebody going to get messed up. Uh, but he decided to go away instead. I believe uh, they were sent my way, spiritual hit, but through Jesus Christ, as he's my Lord and Savior, whatever they were trying to do, the following day, we had a big thunderstorm that came through, lightning, thunder, and it rained. And I believe the Heavenly Father intervened, whatever they're trying to do, and He blessed my home, blessed my yard. That whatever they're trying to do is going to go back. It's already gone back to the sender. I believe that I'll find out who it is because they're going to surface up because certain things are going to be happening to them. I just don't accept the negativity. But it was literally looking at me like it was a person, but it was in the form of a lechuza. This one was like had like light brown feathers, and he had white in the front. But literally, he was looking at me like this, like a person would stand. But he was in the form of the lechuza. Spiritually, I could see that it was a woman. It was a woman disguised as the owl or the lechuza, and he
That
was
looks
standing on
very.
the ground. Normally, owls they're on top of trees, right? This one was literally standing on the ground, and it was behind the oak tree, and he showed itself to me like this, like I'm supposed to be scared or something, in which I didn't show no fear. So when I didn't show no
Hmm.
fear, as it was looking at me, I thought he was going to charge me and try to attack, but it decided to fly the other way instead. It went
I
over
like
the fence.
I have a friend that used to be that could turn into a lechuza, and he would turn into a white lechuza.
Let me see some of this comments, cause I'm trying to. Let me see. Okay, somebody said rebuking the image of Jesus Christ. Somebody says Michelle expect more when you go to get baptized. So that's perfectly why. And somebody said you also have a portal open. I really suggest prayers and route demons. They want you to do it. Somebody said you need to get baptized quickly. Amanda Michelle says I pray every day. Let me see. I'm reading the comment. Somebody says the smoking weed open gates. Yes. Any kind
Shannon,
of drug, liquor,
everybody in our
anything
family
that
could
you,
see.
that you take to that weakens your body is a spiritual opening. Somebody says I got a lot of relief from demons when I started to bind and loose. Gotta take authority. That's very true.
Very true indeed.
Somebody said don't be afraid when you work and getting baptized. A kid will increase 10 times fold. Yeah, it increases because they don't want to let you loose. But if you maintain your love foundation, you play Jesus Christ first, and you type out and rebuke them, they'll leave you alone because they don't have power over you. The only way they can have power over you if you give them power by fear, by fearing them or believing in them that they're powerful, more powerful than you. That's the only way they can have some kind of stronghold over you. Somebody says it's a gift to see and feel them. It's special. Don't discount it. That's true. Somebody says, okay, let me see some of these comments. Min can be lechusa say, yes, min can be lechusa. So I'll tell you a story, and I'm just reading the comments, and I'm gonna let cousin Jesse continue. And so you're all family and both see things. It's true. It runs in family line. Does other than the family see paranormal thing? Yes. My side of family, yes. My sisters,
On my side of the family as well,
my brothers,
my brothers, my sisters, my nieces, and nephews all see.
and some said people that do drugs. If you're not in control of your own mind, ask yourself who is. Or yeah, the ask who's making you do the drugs. Normally, it's because you're being bonded and wants you to do that, so he can have a stronghold over you. Okay, okay, cousin. You said you were going to say something. I'm going to let you say what you were going to say.
Well, I'm gonna answer that question if men can be lechuzas. I have a friend that we would hang out all the time, and I would always drop him off, and then I lived two and a half miles out of
Tell us
town.
about him because I know you told me about him. Tell them about his family and him.
Well, his grandmother was a witch, a bruja, and she would transform into an owl, a lechuza, and they would always do works with black candles with snakes on them. And he would tell me that they would light that candle and then come into your dream and kill you with the snake. So we were teenagers, man, and then we got a little older. Like I said, I would drop him off, and I lived 2.5 miles out of town, and I would always take a different way home because I've always been paranoid about people following me home.
Hit the
That
the like buttons, people. If
the
you're liking
next
this, what we're speaking about.
the next day, well, I was walking home, I looked up and I saw like what I thought was a seagull because it was white. Because the port's close to the town. So I got home, and the next day I went to his house, and he was laughing. I go, "What are you laughing at?" He goes, "I'm laughing at how you ran away from that dog that attacked you, and then you went down this street and down that street, and then I saw you when you got home. You turned around, turned off your cigarette, and threw it underneath that plant you got at the door." And I go, "How do you know all this, man? I know you didn't follow me home because I was being careful." He goes, "You remember when you looked up in the sky and you saw that white bird?" I said, "Yeah." He goes, "That was me." I said, "Oh,
Wow.
wow." That blew my mind,
So
man.
if you can transform into that, that means that he's already sold his soul.
Yeah, and right now, man, the last
That's
time
what
I
you're
saw
saying,
him,
right?
dude,
It's
yeah.
basically what you're saying that he done made a deal and sold his soul.
No, right now, man, he looks really bad, man. He looks sickly, pale, real skinny. You remember how he used to be real big? Now that nothing's left of him, how he looked, man. So whatever deal he struck is probably about to be expired, man, and he's gonna have to pay the piper. And like I said, man, his grandma used to be like that as well, man. When she died, she suffered a lot, dude. She had to pay back all the bad that she did, man.
I know I was gonna share. Somebody had asked a question, and I was gonna share a story to the question that they were asking. Let me see if I can find that question. I think it was dealing with. I'm trying to remember what I was gonna say. Somebody asked a question, and you it was well, you were talking about lechusa. Maybe it was dealing with a lechusa or with a transformation. Oh, they asked the question if men can turn into the lechusa, right? He answered one. Well, I got a story for you. There was one evening that in Raymondville they said that there was a lechusa on top of the courthouse in Willis County, right? So everybody was walking over there to see this big old lechusa. They said it was real big, and he was standing on top of the courthouse. Well, the police came there because there's no way that the police came there to go get the lechusa off on top of the courthouse. So they went to go unlock the doors. They went all the way upstairs, and when they got up there, what they found was a naked man. The lechusa wasn't there no more, but it was a naked man, and they're trying to find out how the naked man got on top of the building. What he was saying, he was coming from a witches convention, witches and warlocks convention from San Antonio, that he took the form of the lechusa because he had to travel all the way to Mexico, where he comes from. He said he was tired of flying and that he stopped in the courthouse to rest, but he didn't expect people to witness a big lechusa, so he manifested back to as a man. So all I know is that the police got him. I don't know what they did to him, if they arrested him or what, but he was naked. and he was a warlock from Mexico, or a brujo, what we call it, that had manifested in that nature, and a lot of people seen it. Can you
Ooh,
see some of these comments?
can't read them without my glasses, man. Blind as hell now.
Okay, I think we got somebody that's a troll here with that commented that said. So I'm gonna
Yeah,
boot him out.
you know,
Seems like a troll comment.
he's talking about himself.
Yeah, so that guy's out. Um, Ask some questions, people, and we'll give you some answers to the questions, and maybe we'll share some more stories with y'all. Yeah, I'm trying to stay more proactive. When I see somebody coming in the lobby disrespectful, I boot them out. We don't got time to be playing games with trolls or should I say haters. They're trying to interfere in what we're trying to do. What we're trying to do is awaken people spiritually through our experiences of what we've been through. We're talking about experience. Cousin Jesse, tell them some of the experience that you had at my house where I lived.
Oh man,
Start from
that
the
house.
beginning of the things. Talk to the audience. The floor is yours.
When I showed up, then the first night I spent at your house, I saw the man with the eyeballs and the hat in the window. That was the first thing I saw in there, and then
So how did he look? I mean, what was he doing?
he was telling me like this, man. And his eyes were big. He didn't have no skin. He just had a fedora on. I thought he looked cool, man, and I was about to go up in the window, but then I had to go to the bathroom. I went to the bathroom, came back, he was gone. Uh, I didn't like the fact that something was always trying to break through the floor where your brother used to sleep, and it would pound on the floor all night long. There was always footsteps on top of the outside of the house on the roof. You could hear somebody running up over there on top of the roof. When you took a shower, you felt you were being stared at. Something tried to drag me under the house to grab me by my calf and try to drag me underneath the house, underneath the bed, and I managed to get it off me. I turned on the light. I looked under the bed. There was nothing there, but I had a handprint on my calf. The
Somebody,
last time I
somebody had just
slept,
you're talking about that, and somebody just had said, just wondering as a kid, did you ever have things pulling on your feet? I did as a
yeah,
kid. My parents, he got dragged underneath the bed. He was being dragged underneath the bed.
the last time I slept on the floor. Tell you that. Uh, what else, man? We would hear stuff all night, man. I could see, not to bring this up again, but I could see your mom sitting in the truck in the moonlight. I could see her silhouette in the truck. Uh, Over there at your grandma's house, you would always see dark shadow figures at night, man. And yeah, that house was mad spooky, man. Especially that peekaboo guy that was in that back room. That when you walked in the house, he looked from the very back of the house, and then you wouldn't see him anymore.
You just go like this.
Yep, just like that. He
Well,
looked around the corner.
that's what that owl was trying to do to me. Play peekaboo. The lechusa. She went like that and showed all her body, looking at me like a person would look. And I didn't fear it. I didn't. She probably was expecting me to get up and run so she can attack. I stayed sitting down looking at her, and she just flew away over the fence.
Man, you see a lot of things, man. When you're walking down a deserted highway with no street lights, 2.5 miles to get back to your house, and you've been out doing bad stuff. So you see a lot of things on the road when you're out there, man.
Oh yeah, there are especially at night. The shadow figures are out and about all throughout the night. They could be walking right beside you, and you don't even know it, but you can see them. Sometimes they'll show themselves to you. Tell them,
That
cause things that were you would see when you would go walking. That I think one time you said you were being followed by something.
yeah, man. I got past the roadside park, and right after you pass the roadside park, there was a field, and they kept cows. But every night that I walked by there, man, it was the same cow that would just follow me down the fence line, mooing. I could never see it, but it would move and follow me all the way down the pasture, man. So now that I'm older, I'm thinking it was probably a skinwalker that was always waiting there for me, man. But you know me, man, I'm not one to run. I would pick up the pace a little bit, but I wouldn't show it any fear because it happened all the time, man. All the time. I already knew once I crossed a certain spot that it was gonna move. The first time it scared the hell out of me. I'm not gonna lie. But once you've been doing that for years, you get used to it, man. And like I
Yes.
said, you can't show any fear because you feed it. If you get scared, you feed it. And I don't like to feed nothing.
Alex Wright says there's a demon that wears a hat called a Babadook. I see him in the dream once. I know they made a movie about the Babadook. It was about a book about the dark shadow figure with a hat. Uh, that it's a demon. Yes, I think they made a movie of that.
Yeah, no, man. But like I said,
Yeah, that's what I see. That name, it was I seen it in a movie. But there was one evening where and the reason I'm bringing this up is because cousin Jesse was there. Is he knows I used to be in track and I would always run. I was always going running for exercise, even at nighttime. I would run. I wasn't afraid of the dark. But that evening I was feeling kind of depressed and I wanted to go visit my mom's graveside or where she's buried at the cemetery. So I got in the truck. I went the back ways to the Cacaruta, past the old cemetery, crossed 77, and went down the dirt road. When I was going up the dirt road, there's a white house to the left, and you take a right. And as you go down the road, as I was traveling to go to the cemetery, I noticed that I couldn't see the lights from the ranch that was behind me. Next thing you know, I'm stepping on the gas, and I'm looking at the speedometer, and it says 30, 30, 35, but the truck is not going forward. It's not moving forward. So I pick it up to 40, and I could see the poles right beside me in front of the truck, and it's not going forward, and I'm giving it gas. Next thing you know, it's kind of like the tail of the truck like got dropped on the ground, and the rear end of the truck got dropped on the ground, and as it was 40, I almost lost control because the road is made out of like dirt and pebbles that almost hit the pole. So I didn't even stop at the cemetery. I went back to the highway and I drove. I went all the way home. When I got home, my cousin was there. My family was there, and they see me, and they could tell something was wrong because I was pale from the face. Like, and I told them what happened, and my cousin was feeling a little bit good. Like he had been drinking a little bit, and he's like, "Oh, it's just probably your imagination." Right. So him and my brother decided to go outside to look at the truck to see what was going on. What did you find, cousin, when you went to look at the truck?
it didn't have the tailgate. The
The
tailgate was not on there.
the tailgate was not on there. It was missing, or was it hanging?
It was hanging.
It was hanging.
Uh-huh.
So now there's a question that I want to tell the viewers here. What you're going 35 miles an hour, right? What is going to be fast enough to be running 35 miles an hour and able to lift the back of a truck in that nature? Can someone that's human run and lift at the same time, or what it was capable of doing something like that? That's the question. And another thing, or is it was it something demonic that was able to rise it that way? The reason I said that because there's a part two to that. Cousin Jesse wanted to get another beer, and I was already freaked out because of what I witnessed. I mean, I look like freaking Casper, man. That's how pale I look from the face. And I was like, what, 17, 18? I can't remember, 16, 16. So
Yeah,
he's like, come on, cuz.
yeah,
Don't worry about it. It's nothing, man. It's probably just your imagination, you know? And then he said, let's go over here to the coastal so I can buy another beer. So I'll drive him and I said, okay, I'm gonna park in the street that's behind the coastal. I'll wait for you here. So I can buy me some smokes also. So in there, he was getting the beer. When I was waiting for him in the vehicle, out of the field of that road, there's a field. I see something coming out of the field, and it was massive, and it was barely entering the block, and it was coming. I could see it coming towards the truck, right? Then I hear cousin just say, "Hey, cuz, I already got my stuff and all this," and I'm telling him, "What I tell you, get in." And what'd you say? What'd you say?
come on, man, take it easy.
Look what's coming down the street. When you look, what did you see?
I saw a big ass black tall thing coming at us, man. I said, "Oh shit, let's go." I lost
But
my buzz,
what
man.
did it look like to you?
Oh
You
man,
you said he had looked like a Bigfoot to you, right?
yeah, he was tall,
Because as
big.
big as wide as it was, we
Yep,
call them botonegros. But he was moving fast. He was gaining ground real fast. So we got
yeah.
in the vehicle and we hauled ass to the house. You know,
I got sober quick.
he it was so scary that he sobered up.
Yep, yep. I was shitting bricks. Excuse my language. I was telling you, step on it, man, step on it, and it was gaining ground, man. It was gaining on us.
One of the things that it's crazy, man. But in Spanish we call them botoneros, which are dark shadows. You know, let's talk some more. Let me see what else. Let's talk about some other stories. What other things you've seen while you lived in Willacy County? What other kind of activity that you witnessed? Like, I know you say you've seen
Um,
shadow figures.
yes, saw shadow figures. Seen
The
those
thing with
people.
the witches where they try to place the hex. Oh, let's go back to that. You was talking about you were hearing somebody chanting, right? That sounded native.
Yes, it was. It
When
was
you were hearing the chanting where it was coming from, you couldn't see nobody,
no, I couldn't see nobody. I even went
but you could
outside.
hear somebody saying something.
Yeah, I could still hear him chanting like that. And
Because I did
like I said,
some research. Because you told me that there was somebody that your mom kept on saying that was called El Indio, that they would call him El Indio, and
yeah,
that it was,
he would come and cut the grass. She hired him to cut her yard, man. He would come over her yard.
this, and that's what she believes is the one that did her the maldad.
Well, he's the one who did the job, but we both know who hired him. The other, the other woman named that like my mom. Her cousin that was named like my mom.
Okay, the one with Magoo.
Yeah. Also, man, I found out what happened to Weapon, man. He he strung himself up, man, over a girl. May the Lord have his soul in peace, man.
Yeah. Somebody asked a question that said, I watch a lot of videos on cryptid beings, and I often wonder if demonic or cryptid beings can pass by a video like this, but as just listening, Lord, I pray not. Well, it's like this. We're speaking uh, about experiences. We're not doing any kind of rituals of any kind of sort because we don't do that. You know, we believe in Jesus Christ. But the question to if a cryptid being can pass by through the video, a cryptid cannot pass by because people in the cryptid community believe they're 100% flesh. Now, a
Mhm.
demon can transfer in a sensible way, but we're not. we're just talking about experiences, and we're not calling upon anything to come in any kind of way, shape, or form. We're just speaking our experiences. But I think there was a comment earlier when somebody said that if pornography is a spiritual opening, or if there's demons in pornography, yes, the spirits of lust, demonic spirits of lust, they if you're watching porn or you're on your computer looking at all this, that can transfer. It's like watching a succubus or incubus when you're asleep, when you have sleep paralysis.
Hey, cousin, I got a
Yeah,
story for you, man. I got a story
go
for you,
ahead.
man.
Wait, one cousin. You can say the story. I'm gonna go get me some water real quick.
Okay, I'll wait for you. Hello, people. How are we doing tonight? Are y'all enjoying the show? Everything we've said so far is true. We have witnessed it and lived through it.
Okay, I'm back.
All
Yeah,
right, cousin.
I'm doing the late night edition in my laundry room right now because outside where I normally do it at nighttime, is there's a lot of mosquitoes. So I don't feel like I want to donate any kind of blood tonight. Go ahead, cousin, with your story. Hit the
Back
like
in
buttons, y'all.
back in 70, I'm gonna say 78, we moved into this four-bedroom house, man. And we in my brother and I's room, there was a stain of blood on the floor, man, that no matter how much we scrubbed at it, it would never come off, man. We even tried to scrape it, it wouldn't come off. So, one of my dad's friends, man, came over one time and he was into black black magic. He showed us the staring trick where you stare into somebody's eyes and not think anything and just stare, and then their face transforms into a demon face. And after he showed up, man, a lot of stuff started happening around that house, man. I remember it started first outside. If you were at night standing in the sink washing dishes, you would see a black shadow figure bob past like that, right? So it
Hmm.
started outside. We were good. Everybody had their own room, right? Then we all started waking up with scratches.
Ah,
Yeah.
you started getting
And
spiritually attacked.
yeah, we were waking up with scratches. And one night we saw the black shadow figure in the house. Okay. So everybody piled in to my dad's room. When my dad and mom slept, my stepmom,
Hmm.
everybody, there was like 8 or 9 people on the floor, all in little rows. And it scared my dad. My dad was laying with his face to the window, and I don't know what he saw, man, but it scared him so bad he wet himself. Yeah, but it would like go through the side of the house, come in through the house, go through to the bedrooms, then it would leave, and there was a dead stump in the front yard. It would always disappear there.
Did anybody ever try to fight it spiritually, like or protect the house, place crosses so it wouldn't come in the house?
Now my father decided we needed to move, so we moved. The house was empty for about a year. You know what happened, cousin? It
What
burnt
happened?
down. The house
It
burnt
burnt
down.
down.
Yeah, it burnt down.
Oh wow,
They rebuilt it and got rid of that stump. But I'm thinking, man, that whatever that was, right there at that stump, there was money buried.
money, treasure. Well,
Because
you
he would always
know
disappear there.
the smiley man that you see. There was a story that the bank had gotten robbed in the town, and that where our house and that areas where our house were built, that there used to be an old cemetery there a long time ago. Well, they said that those people that robbed the bank buried the treasure in our yard, but they never found where they buried it at, but that it was buried in the yard. So when you were seeing the man with a certain kind of hat, like a cholo, right, or gangster hat, is because it was the guys that robbed the bank. I, I believe they killed him. So it was a spirit of the guys that robbed the bank that you was witnessing. Sometimes at night you will be able to see a blue light coming from the ground, bouncing. They say when you see a blue light bouncing in that nature, that it's because there's a treasure hidden somewhere there.
Yeah, man. But like I said, we all started waking up with scratches, man. We all piled into my dad's room, man. And like I said, there was like 8 or 9 people all in rows, man, on the floor.
What
We listened to
strong?
the news.
What bonds a strong man or the head of the household? You know, if they're in charge and they don't do nothing about it, well then that dark shadow figure that you're seeing had free will to go in and out of the house because nobody was stopping it. You know, we have to take authority of Jesus Christ's
Yeah.
name.
I know that now, but when I was like 12 or 13 years old, I didn't know that. Yeah, you remember? No, you don't. There was a guy that married my ex's little sister, and he
Hmm.
said that there was always something with him if I wanted it. I said, no, I don't want it. But when I would walk around, I would see my shadow and another shadow beside mine. Whatever he had on him bonded it. It was kind of bonded me, man. Then after that, I started really, really, really doing stuff that I shouldn't do, man. All kinds of illegal drugs, booze, staying out all night long, man. So yeah, man, whatever it was that he had, it kind of bonded me, man. Check this out. I was reading the Bible by candlelight one time, right? And I had those propane lanterns, those lanterns that you put that gas in. Anyway, I was reading the Bible, man. There was nothing going on outside. Everything was calm, no wind, nothing, right? I turned the page on my Bible, man. I was still in Genesis reading. All of a sudden, this huge gust of wind came in through the windows, turned out every lamp in my house, man. And then you hear something laughing on the roof and running. I
Yeah,
was like,
that's a disembodied spirit, a unclean spirit, demonic spirit. Because that's what they look like. They look like when you see them. I call them dark shadows, dark bultos, but uh, it was something demonic that did that because it didn't want you to get to know the word of Jesus Christ or
yeah.
the Bible, right? So it wanted you to get distracted by it. What'd you do when it did that?
I uh I kind of laughed, man. I laughed because I thought it was funny. I didn't know any better. I wasn't spiritually awoken yet. You know, but that used to happen every time I opened the Bible. Something like that would happen, man. But I got baptized uh last year. No, no, this year I got baptized, and things just don't do that no more, man. I can read my Bible, no problems, man. I just thought it was weird that would happen every time I cracked open the Bible.
I believe you. I've seen all kinds of activity. Uh, this is about you, and I can share some stories, but I want you to talk about all this that you experienced, you witnessed. I know that I experienced some stuff at your mom's house when they lived in Arkansas. I seen two things happen when Wichito was small. I heard the story that your mom said that he wasn't baptized yet, and that she had him there in the cradle, and she couldn't find him. And when she seen him, he was being elevated in the air, being carried to the window by an unseen force, and she could hear the brujas laughing outside, the lechuzas, and that he was dropped to the ground. And then when they came back, that he gotten very ill and stuff like that. I remember with Chito, where he was just looking towards the ceiling all the time. He was just staring at the ceiling, and I would pray for him. And I would stay by him, protecting him. Uh, but I believe that somebody did wish bad upon him. Uh, which is, we lost him, my cousin, your brother. Uh,
Never got
but
to
I
meet him.
remember him staring at the ceiling like something was there. He looked scared. As a baby, he was small. But I witnessed that, cousin, especially when back home when they came and they were staying at Grandpa's house. It's like he's always just staring at the ceiling like he was scared.
That house right there, man. I hope the people that bought that house cleansed it, because that back room where they did all that black magic, man. That back room back there, it would make my skin crawl going have to go back there. And the second bedroom where my sister used to sleep, you could always feel something standing right there, man, looking into the hallway, man.
Somebody asked a question, cousin. Do you teach your family spiritual warfare, or do they think you're crazy, like my family does me? I'm free and I live good.
Well, on my side of the family, man, when we get the gift, if you don't accept it, it'll drive you crazy and make you think you're crazy. So I tell all of my nieces and nephews that if you start seeing them, you're not crazy. You just have to accept the gift that's given to you, and you will learn to live with it like I did. Because for a long time, I thought I was nuts, man. I never talked about it. I didn't even know you saw the things that I saw, man.
Oh yeah,
Until you
I've been seeing them all the time. I
you
was
remember
seeing
I
them
told you,
when you were there, when you were coming from Fort Worth. Y'all had some attachments on y'all. I would see them, but you're my cousins and I love y'all. So it's like I would use love to try to. Man, I seen when the guy when the guy rest his soul because he's not amongst us no more. But because you're coming from Fort Worth, and it's about fighting over there, right?
it was.
I remember when you came, the guy was just disrespected you, disrespected your girlfriend or something like that. Rags,
Yeah.
and you went up to him, and just he thought because he knew a lot of people and he talked loud that you wasn't gonna do nothing. And what'd you do, cousin? I know it's the past, but
Well, he
my
found out
my
real
my
quick,
cou-
man.
my cousin taught him a lesson of respect. That's all I can say.
Dude, the first time, man, that we got into it, man, he had a truck full of people, and he called me a word he shouldn't have called me, man. So I ran at him, and he took out trying to drive off. I threw a quart bottle through his back window, man, in front of all his friends, man. He whoosed out and took off, man. Then I caught him at the parking lot at churches, man, and I beat the crap out of him. He found out quick and fast, man, that we didn't
But
play,
I
man.
remember what you did to him at school. I was there,
Yep, I punked
and
him like shit.
by the weight room. He was talking smack to you, and you slapped
The taste out of his mouth, man.
you slapped the unclean spirit out of him.
Well,
He literally
but
slapped the unclean spirit out of him,
there was
and he
a
left him in shock. He was like,
he wasn't expecting that I would go hands on, man. But I had already told him, dude. I already told him, hey man, you're making a mistake with me, man. We're in class. I can't put my hands on you, but don't let me catch you where I can put my hands on you, man. I told the same thing to Victor Galvan, man. You remember when I punked him and our cousin
"Yeah,
Sosa and that other guy? Yeah, man. He challenged me to a fight, and I showed up, and then he wanted to go somewhere else. I said, no, man, we're gonna do it. We're here already, man. Let's do it. They didn't want to do it, man. So I punked all three of them out with just one shuriken. Oh man, you only got one. I go, yeah, but who wants it? You, or you? and they wouldn't fight, man. I punked them out with just one shuriken, man. They were trying to jump
Yeah,
me.
yeah. There was a lot of that going on. That some of those people had too much pride in them because their parents or they have money and they put them in a high pedestal and because Jesse had to bring him back down to earth, knock him off his high horse.
Hey,
But
man, there's a difference between gangsters here in Fort Worth and gangsters in the valley, man. There's a big difference, man. Because over here we don't play, man. We used to not play. I'm not a gangster anymore, man. You know what I'm saying? Nah, I'm a gangster.
Shannon says, neither of you look like someone to be messed with.
Uh,
Well, we seen our he's been through his own and he's done things that he had to do to survive. And same here, uh, it's like we're here, so we're here. Whatever we have to overcome. Well,
yeah. Well,
you
now
know,
I'm a gangster for Jesus, man.
that's what I've been fighting spiritually all my life. So this is what I do. Not to
Uh,
scare anybody or anything like that, but when you're blessed with a spiritual gift of discernment, as you forgive your enemies in true forgiveness with true love, the Heavenly Father blesses with a spiritual gift of discernment to be able to speak about these things, to bring
well,
understanding. I'm just trying to bring understanding. Doesn't matter people are don't believe in the Heavenly Father if they're in the cryptid community, paranormal community. They believe in aliens. They believe in leprechauns. They believe in gnomes. This is what I do. Somebody had asked a question earlier. Have you ever encountered a gnome? The only thing I can tell you is this: that I seen something small. That's not just my imagination. It's probably just a little rat or something or a possum. But as I was walking out of the woods, I felt a stabbing sensation on my Achilles. I ignored it. I said maybe I just stepped on the wrong way. When I got home, I was bleeding from my Achilles, and I went to see what was there. It was a small metal object with a sharp, like a little spear that got stuck in my Achilles. Right. So I don't know. It looked like something stabbed me in my Achilles. So I pulled it out, and I was bleeding. I stopped the bleeding. But then after that, it's when I got sick. That's when I went to the doctor, and they told me that I had a blood clot in my leg. No, the question is, where did this blood come from? Did it come from combat when I got hit by a blood agent, or did it come from the spirit that might have had some kind of poison in it that caused the blood clot to go through my body?
be right
So
back, brother.
yeah, yeah, I have seen a fairy one time that there was activity happening in my house where. Well, what happened is I would go train at nighttime. My senses, I would put a blindfold and I'll go to the trees and sense the energy of the trees and stuff like that. And I was practicing a little bit of martial arts, and I guess that tree belonged to either fairies or pixies because there was a strange noise that was happening, like little noises, like of something trying to talk to me, and they were all over the place. So I said, okay, I'm gonna leave this tree alone and let me just go back to my house. I went back to the house, and activity started happening in the house where we couldn't find our silverware. So my sister would buy silverware, I would buy silverware. Following day, the silverware would be gone. And like, man, we just bought silverware yesterday. So there I go to start. I'm gonna buy $20 worth of silverware. Forks, spoons, um, knives. We put them there. I said, we're going to keep an eye on it. I said, make sure that the kids are not throwing the silverware. The the following day, the silver will be missing. So there was one day that what I had witnessed while I was watching TV. You know when you see Tinkerbell, how Tinkerbell looks. Well, inside my TV, there was something glowing inside my TV that looked like a Tinkerbell, and it had wings. and I could see in those TVs before the flat screens. They had those TVs that were like bigger, like wider, and if you push the screen, it will push in some. Well, like a projector TV. Well, I could see it inside the projector TV, and I was taking a picture. I took a picture, but I lost the picture of when it was in the projector TV, and it took off. So what started happening? I was like, we still kept on missing our silverware. Then one day, my there was a short in the on the outlet, and my bed caught on fire. Then I had to put out the fire because the side of my mattress got caught on fire. So I pulled the mattress out a little bit. So the following day, so okay, I'm gonna see how bad the damage is on my mattress, and I'm gonna, when I move the bed, I seen that there was there was a mess underneath, so I started cleaning. But when I moved the couches, I mean the mattresses off on all four corners of the bed, right? Each corner of the bed, I found piles of silverware placed on the bottom of my bed. So the bigger question was this: was the pixie my ally? What did she place the silverware on the four corners of my bed for protection? Because maybe she knew what was out there spiritually, right? Which would be a lycanthrope, skinwalker, shapeshifter, and I believe she put them there for a reason to protect me. I have a picture of her where I was going to the woods, and for some reason I could hear somebody singing in the distance, but it sounded very low volume. So it just sounded very low volume. I'm in the woods. I leave the area where I had my encounter, and I started following the voice. That it sounded like somebody was singing, but it sounded very faint. So I got to this area where the creek was, and that's where the noise was coming from. It was the creek. So I took a picture of the creek, and I said maybe it's just my imagination. When I got home and I debunked the picture, you could see the fairy sitting on a in a in a on a what do you call it, grain of grass. The fairy was sitting on there, and I got a picture of her. The picture I got on Spiritually Encrypted Encounters, and what I can do for y'all, so y'all can see it. What I'll do tonight for the people that are viewing this, I will place a shortwave hill here where I'm gonna get the picture, and I'll place different filters so you can see her. With the picture that I have, you could already see her, but so you can see that it's a fairy sitting on a grain of grass. Yeah, I believe that fairy placed it there for a reason. She was warning me. When she lured me to the creek, she was trying to get me out of that area because I believe that she knew what's there, which was silverware. What is silverware? Is dealing with lycanthrope, werewolves. Normally, and when they said the number of the beast is because they're demonic in nature, right? When they said the number of the beast, and when you get the skinwalkers and shapeshifters, well, the way they can manifest that way is because they've made deals with the demons. They come in the manifestations of the Bigfoots and the dog. As a matter of fact, I placed a video of my group of this girl that was singing, and she's singing. She's on a concert. She's singing, and she's got people dressed as Bigfoots and dancing in the stage, right? And when she's singing the song, she calls them demons. I place that on my group so people can check that out. She literally called them demons. Yeah, I will place it. I will make the regular picture, and I'll place filters so you get a good look at it. And I'll make a short reel. I'll even play I might place a little fairy song to it or something so you can check it out. Because I've been doing that kind of stuff. On TikTok, I have I'm under Abe CS 895 or he's 865.
I follow you on TikTok, man.
Yeah, and I create short reels of pictures, or if I capture something moving, I'll make a short reel of that and I'll
Hey,
place them out there.
hey, cousin, check this out. My sister lived near a lake here in River Oaks, Texas. Sure, you've been over here. Uh, she lived in this house, man, and she would tell me that she would always feel uneasy to come by. I went by, man. And the first thing I noticed when I walked up to the front door, where the house goes like this, there was a little square, the breather, right? You could see, well, I'm gonna say an incubus there
Which
because
is the male
it was
form. Yes,
more and it had wings and a tail. And then inside in the bathroom, there was a little demon that would hide behind the toilet. And I told her because I was seeing them, I would tell her there's one up there, there's one in here. And she goes, I get real uneasy when I go into the back in that barn back there. I went back there, man, and there was two more succubuses in that barn, man, in the corner. And I told her, you need to be very careful what you do. And if you sleep, you need to pray before you go to sleep. I go, put some crosses in your door with a holy palm and
hmm
spray around your bathroom with holy water and command them to leave. Because she said that the girls, her granddaughters, would sleep in the middle room and that she would go in there and sleep with them. And she said in the middle of the night, the door would open by itself. And her granddaughter, man, she has the gift. She's about 8 or 9, but I don't like the fact of what she's seeing because she's seeing the guy with the top hat. They live on the second floor, man, and she sees the man with the top hat
which is a
floating.
demon. Is a He's a demon. And if
Yes,
you're seeing him, you need to protect her. You need to get rid
I
of it,
told,
and somebody needs to take authority and send it away.
I told them to tie by and rebuke him in the name of Jesus because it's actually manifesting from outside in her closet, and she sees it. And I told my niece, man, I told her, tell her not to have fear, to gather her strength and tie by and rebuke it in the name of Jesus, because she's still a little girl, she's a little angel, man, so she should have the innocence to get rid of it. But
What
listen,
is the
man,
proper term of the Hat Man? Is he called the Hat Man, or
I
he's
don't know
got a
what
different name?
I don't know what he's called, but he wears a black
He
top
wears
hat.
those top hats like Jack the Ripper,
Yeah,
and he's got like a cape of sort. It could be possibly wings. You got to remember it's a demon, and he's got red eyes.
yeah.
I've had an experience with him, a
So she
very
sees
close experience.
she sees
And
him all the time.
yeah, the day when I had an encounter with him is when the day my mom got murdered. When I had the encounter with a Hat Man, but no, I'll share the story. People want to hear it, but I'd rather listen to some stories of whatever you have to say. But I know that he's very tall, and he normally surfaces up when there's death. Yeah, that's when the Hat Man surfaces up, or when something in the nature is going to happen. That's when the Hat Man shows up, and they don't come by themselves. They're also the Hellhounds are with them. Hat Man, the Hellhounds, demons.
You know
They
that.
surface up, and there's another being that surfaces up with them, which is like a monkey with red eyes, which is also
Mm,
demonic. The
I've
reason I'm
never seen
saying
that.
I'm giving you the description of this because that's what happened to me when my mother got murdered. Um, I'll share that story pretty fast. Well, I'm just going to get to that part of the story because there was a lot of things that happened before that, but I'll get to that part. Um, it was like my mom and dad had gone to the drive-in, and they told us, to come early. So it was like 10:30. We're there, asleep, laying down, and I heard the truck pull up into the driveway, which the driveway was just rocks, right? And I heard the door open very slowly. I seen a hand come in. He had the cuff up, and he had my mom's purse in his hand, and he just dropped it on the ground. And I said, "Pop, is that you?" And then I just heard a growl coming out of him, right? A growl. So then I heard the truck start up, and he took off. So not even 10, 15 minutes or 20 minutes, the police show up, right? They show up at our house, and they say that they got my father arrested because he total wrecked two police cars with a 1965 Ford. Messed up two policemen. They, smashed the truck into him.
He totaled
So
those
they were trying to
vehicles,
find
man.
out if my mom was home. And I said, no, they had gone to the drive-in. So my mom was missing. So I went outside, and what was weird is when they left, before that happened, the police showed up. The coroner had showed up, and they were putting body bags on the ground. And I'm like, I looked outside. He looked at me, and I said, "What are y'all doing?" So they put the body bags inside the van, and they took off. That's when the policemen came. They said they were looking for her. So I went outside, and my brothers and sisters were still inside the house. They were sleeping. So I said, "This is what I did. I prayed to the Heavenly Father. I said to guide me, to show me, to take me where she's at." And I said, if you show me where she's at, I'll even believe even more in you. My faith will be 100% with you, and whatever you want me to do, any kind of a spiritual battle, I'll fight by your side. Just take me where she is. So I got on my bike. I went down King Street, took the dirt road to the left, and then took the dirt road to the right, where I used to go jogging. I went all the way straight and went to the highway that goes towards the junkyard. So I was going down that road, and I got off the bike by the bridge. As I was walking on the bridge, I could hear somebody moaning, like moaning in pain. So I'm walking closer, getting towards near the dirt road, and I could hear somebody moaning in pain down the dirt road in the darkness. So as I'm walking towards where the moaning is coming from the pole, from underneath the ground, he rose, the Hat Man. He was pretty tall. Like I would say, he's tall. I'll say 8, 9 foot tall, somewhere around there. He was wearing the top hat. He looked like he was wearing some kind of cape, but there could have been wings. Uh, and he had red eyes, looking at me. He's looking at me, and I'm looking at him, and it's like we're just having a Mexican standoff, right? Or a spiritual standoff. I'll say it like that, a spiritual standoff. And to the far right, the Elisondos lit. There's his family, Elisondos, and their lights were flickering, turning on and off, and you could hear them laughing. That's the family that had gotten demonized. They had demon. The mother had gotten demonized, and the demons were jumping from person to person. So those lights were flickering, and they were all laughing. And I could hear them from a distance. So as I'm looking at this hat man, he comes gliding off his feet are off the ground, and he starts coming at me. As he's coming at me, I get on my bike, and I go down that road that goes to the Elsie Smith, right? That he's got a lot of holes. And I'm riding the bike, and I kept on looking back, and he's coming after me. He's coming after me. So I don't look back no more, and I pass the irrigation system of the street, and I stop. As I stop, I turn around, and when I look, it's not the Hat Man no more. What I'm witnessing is this: a hellhound. The hellhound is that street. There's an irrigation system that runs underneath it, which is water. Because where we come, there's a lot of agriculture. So the hellhound is standing on the other side of the street, and it's got its tail sticking straight up in the air. It's looking at me. I'm looking at it. I go into prayer. You know, saying the deliverance prayer. He looks at me. He turns around and he's sleeping like far distances. He's sleeping like 10 feet at a time. So it's moving not like a regular animal, but it's moving supernatural. So when that happens, I get on my bike and I'm speeding to make it home, you know, to go to my brothers and sisters. So when I get home, when I get home, my aunt is there and she's telling me, get your brothers and sisters out of there. And she's scared, right? She's scared. So I get my brothers and sisters, we get in her vehicle and we leave because, you know, the police had contacted them. We go to her house and I asked her, why are you scared? She said that when she got there at our house, that she seen a black monkey with red eyes on the blackberry tree looking at her. So it was three demonic entities with red eyes: the Hat Man, the Hellhounds, and a monkey with red eyes. So as we're there, um, I'm outside. A strong storm comes in. There's lightning, thunder, cold water. When that hits me, uh, when that hits me, I knew then spiritually that my mother wasn't here amongst the living anymore. 5 minutes later, we get a phone call from the police. They said they need somebody to ID her body, and I volunteered myself and I looked at the picture that was shown to me to ID her. You know, when that happened, it's kind of like you can't reverse time because life keeps on going. So the following day, I talked to the priest that I wanted to go bless that area. He said he was there the night before. So, so I know where it's at. So here we go. We went from the church, took a right. We passed the Elsie Smith. We passed the Pony League, and we got to that street where the Hellhound was. We went down all the potholes, the road that had all the potholes, and he stopped by the bridge where I encountered with a hat man. As he's looking left to right, he's, oh yes, I remember now. He crossed the dirt road, and it her body was like maybe where that pole was. I told that I was here in the morning. Her body was like 4 feet away from there.
Wow.
So since that day of truly believe in Jesus Christ 100%, because it's raining here right now. As soon as I start saying the story, but I know when it was raining the way it did, that the gates of heaven opened and the Heavenly Father intervened because of what I told him that I will believe in you forever, and I'm, you know, spiritually, you know, he's my Lord and Savior, and I'm going to do his spiritual works. That's why I do this works. He showed me, and I know he exists. That's why I do the works that I do. Um, we went back, you know, we blessed the area and everything. But yes, I just wanted to share that story with y'all. Uh, this happened in 1985. After that is when me and my cousins, you know, they come stay with us and stuff like that, and all these other things started happening. We just didn't have a spiritual hit on us. We had people coming after us. Me and my family members. Our town is corrupt. The little town was corrupt. A lot of drugs, a lot of crooked cops. So the cops were paying people to come and hunt us down, like literally sending people to come and do us harm. But our cousins were there and was ready to fight. DLF,
You live.
yeah, was ready to fight them. They were hire people that were drunks. They were hire people that were on drugs because they had a hit on us. The hit that they have that people don't understand was that there was a fraudulent insurance that was being passed around. And I know who the guy that sold it to my parents. So this insurance and this insurance is called Global Insurance, and they wanted the whole family to be on the insurance. So what they would do back then is like anybody could buy insurance or anybody. So it's kind of like buying a winning how should I say winning lottery ticket because it's a win-win situation. The problem of it was the, in order for you to win or make money is the people that are on that life insurance have to die, which that's why the coroner was there with all those body bags because they thought that my father had killed all of us. And the reason I know it was that insurance is because I remember the people will come at night to her house and they will tell my father, "Are you going to do it? Are you going to do it? If you don't do it, you already know us. We're going to go in there and do it." You know. So basically, they had a hit out for us, but doesn't matter who comes up against us. Lord Jesus Christ was there to protect us. What I did while I was in the military, I moved all my brothers and sisters out of the valley, and they all reside in Central Texas now. I moved them to protect them.
Yes, sir.
Oh, you're welcome, Brandon Wagner. But you got to remember one thing: karma is and a lot of the people that was involved in that. The reason I found out about the insurance is because I got surrounded by cops after I came back from Operation Desert Storm. I went to go visit my brothers and sisters in the valley. I got surrounded by six cops, and they told me that I had to leave town or else. I said, or else what? It's I'm part of the government. I'm part of the military. I don't think you want to mess with the government. They said, you got 2 hours to leave town or else. I told them I ain't leaving nowhere. So I called my NCOIC, the sergeant in charge of me, when I was on leave. I was on 2 weeks leave. And I told him, look, if something happens to me, I give him the name of the cops. These are the people that did it. If something happens to me, these are the people that are responsible. And he was like freaking out because I called him and let him know what was going on, just in case something happened. Uh, that evening, when I didn't leave, they got like a lot of people to come after me. I was sitting in the bar. I was in a restroom, using the restroom. This guy comes stepped on me. The mudos, those the guys that are mute. They live in the west side. The big heavy set guys. They were part of that. They came, stepped on my toe, and they were like, "We're going to be waiting for you outside." And there was other guys that were out there, and I sat there. I waited till the very end. I said, "Okay." So if it's going to get dirty, it's going to get dirty. I knew I could run fast. Whatever. If there was many of them, they wasn't going to catch me because they're bent out of shape. Uh, as I was sitting there, Lupicano, he walked in. He had a gun on him, and he's looking. He looked at me. Hey, what's up, babe? He walks in, and I knew when I seen him with a gun. I said, "Oh, this he's with him." Hey, and said, "Hey, what's up, babe? What's going on, man?" I said, "Hey, long time no see, bro." I said, "What's going on?" I said, "What are you doing here?" So, well, the same thing you're doing here. So I just come back from war, and I told him the situation, what happened with the police. They told me if I did it in town that certain things were going to happen to me. And he was there, and I said, "Look, I know how this town works. Everybody's out for some kind of money or for something, some kind of payoff. So you go tell your friends out there that I don't want to hurt nobody. Tell them that nobody will get hurt. I was only one person. Tell them nobody's gonna get hurt, but I'll do something for them. Tell them I'll buy them any kind of beer that they want, and they can tell them that they beat me up or whatever. But by tomorrow, I'm gone. I'm going back to the base, and you won't see me again. So they can say that they hurt me. They can get paid for whatever they're gonna get paid, but I'll be gone by tomorrow because I have to go back to Fort Hood." And so I'll be right back. He goes out there and he comes back in. He's like, okay, okay. They say it's a deal. So they told me that what kind of beers they got. You know, when you buy them from the bar, it costs a little bit more. I had money, so I bought it for them. And when I went outside, there was nobody there. Everybody was gone. But and you know,
True,
Lupicano was my
man.
friend. He just
True,
didn't know
man.
who the hit was on. You know, maybe he knew who it was, but you know, I was friends with a lot of people, so nothing happened. You know,
Dude, on our side of the family, on our mother's side, we're related to half the town, man.
yeah, it's pouring out here right now.
It's raining here too, man.
Okay, let's see some of these comments here. Somebody said I wouldn't want dirty money. Somebody said they seen a rake because they like to travel. I'm telling you, I don't think it's cryptids that you're seeing. I'm thinking it's demonic beings that you're seeing that they manifest to look beastly. Because if there was as many cryptids as there are, right? Think about this. As many cryptids that there are, let's name some. You got Bigfoot. They say he's the number one that likes to play hiding and go seek, that nobody can find him. You got Dogman. You got the Mothman. You got the Goat Man. You got what's the one from the lady that had birth that looks like a what was he called? He's got a name. The that looks like a horse. The one that's from the supposedly he was a 13th child and he had wings and he looks like a horse.
Ah, I never heard about that one, man.
From I can't remember the name of the woods. Well, you got all these cryptids, right? That people seeing, but there is none captured and there's no bodies of any kind of sort. I know I've gone to the zoo. I've gone to even petting zoos, and I know when they said you look at their thing and what they have in the zoo, you see them because they're there, right? You know what to expect. So basically, what I'm saying is, if there's no physical evidence of them, and so many people were spotting them everywhere, I believe there are demonic in nature because I put it to the test. Just and that's what we're talking about tonight. They disappear when you bring Jesus Christ into the picture. They vanish.
Excuse me for a minute, man.
I'm just sharing my wisdom and knowledge of what I've witnessed. You heard cousin Jesse when he was working at the gin, at the cotton gin, where he's seeing this werewolf with red eyes looking at him. That was around 7 foot tall. Some serious Mike. They just that way. Nubus, Anubis. You know that's prime example of that. That's what he is.
Hey, Primo,
Yeah.
would you consider that the hand that I saw in the window when I was a little kid, would you say that was a cryptid?
The mano, he witnessed a hand called the mano peluda, which means the hairy hand when he was a kid, but it's only a hand. So would it be considered a cryptid, or well, it's not considered cryptid if it was just a hand? You know, a hand doesn't have a heart; it's just a hand. So it has to be supernatural.
Because you know, man, I was traumatized ever since then, man. That traumatized me real bad, man. I would scream when it would get dark, and to this day, I don't look out the windows or go out in the yards, man, after dark, unless I've been drinking. Then I really don't care.
You're welcome, brother Brandon Wagner. You hear the lightning? I hear all the stories, and I've seen some stuff that could be considered creepy. When you see something that looks like a werewolf, and it shows you its teeth, and it's massive, like 8, 9 foot tall, and it's nothing but muscle. And he showed you its form, and he has the ability to break branches. Something that big, and it's looking at you. You figure if you're maybe 20 feet away from it, that it's going to attack you, right? Because it's bigger than you, and it's going to attack. But that's not how they attack. They manifest in the nature to look that way. But the way they attack, if you get scared, or if you fear, if you get scared, or if you believe in them that you're witnessing a werewolf or dogman or something in the nature, when
I'm
you
sorry, Queen.
you
I'm
you
trying
give them
to.
power then in the nature, then you're not going to see their manifestation no more. But what they'll do is attack you spiritually, which because they're demons and they will attack you spiritually, where you're going to hear footsteps running behind you, and you're going to feel impact. You might fly 4 or 5 feet, tumble and roll. When you get up, there's nothing there. That's how they attacked me. I was fighting spiritually in Elm Grove for my life.
Uh, I'm trying to charge this man and just getting a close up shot.
Yeah, I see that. Yeah, the cryptid community doesn't like to bring the spiritual aspect out of it, but when you hear the stories where they shoot at them, this is hunters that are professional hunters that they have trophies mounted on the walls. They say they have direct hits and nothing happens. That the bullets hit the trees or the branches behind it because they're in disembodied form, in spirit form. If it's a spirit, you're not going to kill it with a man-made weapon, or if it's a demonic, the only way you're going to be able to fight it is spiritually through Jesus Christ. How you doing, brother Josh Turner? Yeah, and you can't fight it with weapons. If you're trying to shoot it and you're angry and you got a little bit angry because you're not hitting getting the target, it could possess you because that's how they fight. They possess a host. So if it gets you to believe, it can. Well, I call it bond, but it can possess. If it gets you believing in it, or if you're shooting at it because you're thinking it's a real object or whatever, a real target, but fear it, believe in it, there's an opening for it to spiritually attack you. I had a spiritual opening, and the spiritual opening that I had I had forgotten because it happened when I was a kid. I had to forgive somebody that had already passed away that I never forgave. That I had anger and hatred towards this individual. Uh, in which when I forgave all the things that were happening to me, stop. But they had a spiritual hit off them. They were coming in numbers. When you talk, I was seeing everything. I was seeing shadow figures. I was seeing shapeshifters, skinwalkers. I was seeing the lycanthrope slash werewolf skin dogman. I was seeing a pyramid UFO on top of my house where it had the beacon up on top and it would radiate a surge of electricity, and you could see the full image of the pyramid, and you could see red objects coming out of the pyramid, flying around and going into it. Which is like the pyramid looked like a UFO of some sort. You know, and you could see it at nighttime when it was doing this. So I even had activity, believe it or not, of a freaking alien where I'm walking. He's in a car driving. He's green and he's got the big old hand and is saying hi to me. He passes right by me. I was going through a lot, and I wouldn't say nothing to nobody because people would understand what I was going through. But when it's like there was a spiritual hit, and they're all gunning for me. So I knew that I couldn't fight against them physically with any kind of weapon. So the only other thing that I had to do is fight spiritually, in which that's how I fought them spiritually. Let's see some of these comments here. Uh, Brother Josh Turner. How you doing, Brother Josh from Paranormal Roundtable? He's got a good group also. Whoever wants to follow him, Brother Josh Turner is from Paranormal Roundtable. Uh, yes, this is my cousin, Jesus Carbajal, Brother Josh Turner. He said hi to you, cousin.
Hi, how you doing?
Said some of this physical nature, and I have been chased down and almost assaulted by one of them. Somebody said, I don't want to sound terrible to you, but there's no Jesus. Okay. Amongst the true gods of the 12th and the 13th Ion. Okay. I guess you must be believe in aliens of some sort. If you call in 12, 13, I don't know what actually, what, how should I say, religion you're from, what you believe in. That's the first time I heard about a 12 or 13 Ion. Well, I think a Eon or Eon is like the one, like Neo from the movie The Matrix. You know, he's supposed to be the one, the one that controls everything. Uh, let's see some of the other comments. Physical with supernatural, but basically, we are both two, but they have extraordinary abilities as they are more metaphysical. And somebody said Jesus is real. You need to repent of the Jesus belief. There is only TMH God. I don't know, and he has extensions of himself among you. So, what religion are you talking about? Uraria, or I don't know what Uria. I can't pronounce your name. Somebody said Jesus is king. She said that eons are heavens. Okay, so she believes there's more than one God. If she's saying there's heavens, I would assume. Somebody says that the she's saying it's the lowest heaven. Okay. Well, I'll tell you what. It was it was showing me its manifestation form huge. But when I rebuked it in Jesus Christ's name and it disappeared and it smelled like sulfur, that's letting me know that it's not a flesh blood creature. It's letting me know that it was demonic. So that's when I started fighting it spiritually through Jesus Christ. And I was fighting for many years till I finally moved out of that area. Somebody says you look like my dead father. I don't know who she's talking to, me or you, cousin. Who are you talking to, Anna? That we look like your dead father. Somebody says Jesus was black, right? And Jesus is anything that he wants to be. You got to remember, they have the abilities to change form to look differently, so he can be anything. You know, he's the creator of life of this world. Just like the disembodied Nephilim don't even have a body. They're demons, right? Because of the flood when they get destroyed. They're still roaming Earth. They're roaming Earth in disembodied form, but they still have the ability to possess. You know, if there was, I hear about people talking about their super soldiers and all this stuff, right? To me, the Nephilim will fall into the category of the super soldier. Imagine this: something that can manifest to look real, somebody that can mimic voices, they can mimic or manifest to look like somebody that you know that you love, your wife, your husband, or a family member. Uh, and all they need you to do is believe that's what you're seeing. And once you believe that's what you're seeing, they have the ability to bond you and possess you. Now that is a super soldier. And you can kill it because it's already dead. right? Imagine that. That is a super soldier that is affecting the world right now, the demons, the unseen world. So when I hear people about, oh, there's a super soldier, it's like, no, that enemy is a super soldier that's doing chaos and havoc and division daily in this world. It doesn't want nobody to be united. It doesn't want nobody to maintain a love foundation. So the main mission in this earth is to cause division, chaos, and havoc. Why? Because there wasn't created by the Heavenly Father, created by the Watchers. So when that time comes, their fate is already sealed. So they're jealous of us. What do you think when there were the Nephilim? They were pissed off and they were destroying Earth. They were killing everything that of God's creation, animals, people. They were destroying the Earth. So that's why God created the flood to destroy the Nephilim. He destroyed them and they became disembodied. But that's are the things that I believe 100% without a shadow of doubt spiritually that people are witnessing to be called cryptids, but that's a name that they give them. But they've been here. They've been how should I say? They're like the well, a military term would be the advanced party. They're already set in place. You can't see them. You can't see them unless you're spiritually capable through the spiritual discernment. Then you know what you're dealing with because your senses are going to warn you. So they're the advanced party. They're set in place, and they're the ones that commit all the chaos and havoc that's happening on Earth, suicides, uh, possessions. Most of the time that they possess a body, they destroy the vessel. Why do they destroy the vessel? To collect the soul. That's what they do it. There'll be one less person to make it into the kingdom of heaven because, like I said, they're jealous. So they're the ones that all along been planting negative seeds on people to derail them from the roads, and they're trying to bond the senses to misguide people uh, to keep them bonded so they won't have a relationship or to know Jesus Christ or to know that anything that has fallen from the heavens is below us because they've already been casted down. So whatever power you're giving them, it's kind of like you're putting yourself in a lower standard than them because we all have the opportunity to make it into the kingdom of heaven. But that's why they bond you. That's what they possess you because they don't want you to acknowledge that. They don't want you to know that. They don't want you to know that we are the chosen ones. We are children of God, and that we have the opportunity to make it into the kingdom of heaven. So when they try to scare you, they try to get you to believe in them because they're showing different manifestations. They're doing it because they're trying to find a spiritual entrance way into your vessel. And if they can do that, then they can enter your home. If you don't know how to take the spiritual precautions, like for example, when you go into an investigation, prepare before you go. Go into prayer, prepare yourself spiritually. When you're into the route, the the investigation, do the sign of the cross, call upon the Heavenly Father for a good investigation. If you're in the investigation and activity picks up because they surface up because they can see your beacon of light, your love foundation, your spirituals that are going to warn you. They're around you. Your camera might go off when it's going off. You're hearing them speaking different languages. You're hearing them when they're manifesting into animals, making snout sounds. You could hear pig sounds. You could hear children. You could hear women. But that's what they do, right? Because they want you to believe that's what you're hearing. But when they're doing all that, what they're really trying to do is spiritually attack you to drain your energy. So what do? Go into prayer. Type on the Rebuke in Jesus Christ's name. And if it gets too hot and heavy, continue to pray till you get out of there and go out of the woods and you tell them, a time by the Rebuke in Jesus Christ's name, you're not allowed to follow me. You're not allowed to attach yourself to me. I don't welcome that. Leave me alone. When you get home, do the sign of the cross And again, say again, there's nothing allowed to come into my home because you don't want the negative attachment to go in the home with you because then it's going to run havoc in your house. There's a lot of people that go investigate and they forget about the spiritual aspect. And we've lost a lot of people in the cryptid community and the paranormal community and different communities because they left the spiritual opening and they didn't know, they didn't take the proper measures to get rid of them. When they attach, right? They want to destroy the host, so they're going to cause sicknesses, and once they cause certain sicknesses, and if there's nobody there spiritually to say, "Hey, let me help out this brother," let me go get rid of the negative energies that he got and pray for them. Well, it's going to be on there till they pass away because nobody's taking the measure of helping out the person that's being spiritually attacked. That's what I see happening a lot in the cryptic community. You see it all the time, you know. Or when people are out there, I seen a video where somebody's in a tent and it's morning, and you hear something making a sound, and there's people running around with the camera saying, "Oh, that's a Bigfoot, that's a Bigfoot," and they got the camera that's saying that's a Bigfoot. So no, that's a demon or pretending to be something because it's getting you believe it's a Bigfoot. So if you believe it's a Bigfoot and it's a demon pretending to be one to lure you in, it's actually you got this. How should I say the big opening there? It's not the Bigfoot that only lies in the woods. What else lies in the woods, brothers and sisters? Anybody? What else lies in the woods besides Bigfoot? I'll say it like this: when the man was possessed with the legion, and they didn't want to go back to where they come from, Jesus Christ casted them into the herd of pigs, right? Well, the legion exists in the woods, and they come in many. I've I got recordings where I'm catching noises of different animals and pigs. You know, I think I had a recording one time where it says that we're called. They say I say identify yourself, and they say the herd, and I say oh the herd, and it's like hello the herd, the swine of pigs, the legion. So all those things are out there. And if you're not spiritually prepared and you're leaving yourself open to it, they can attach themselves to you and bad things can happen to you, not just to you, but to your family members. If you don't cleanse yourself from them, they could start running havoc in your house. You know, I'm just trying to bring the spiritual awareness because they do exist. Somebody says sending hate from the International Space Station. There's somebody else saying there's only one God is Allah. The only thing I gotta say to Charlotte Owens is a la chingada way. A la chingada way. A la chingada. Look it up in Spanish. They say his name is a la chingada. Some people call him Yahweh. I get it? Yahweh, Jesus Christ. Here we go. Someone says they pray. I pray that you have a supernatural encounter with Jesus, who will reveal Himself to you. And they're saying Yahweh. You know, uh, I don't know why you're saying that name, but I know him as Jesus Christ. You know, Yahweh. You're spelling Yahweh right, wrong. If you're trying to mean Yahweh. Somebody said that was a fart. Okay. Somebody says Allah is the one true God. I don't know, man, because Allah's from the Muslim community. And when I was out there, I prayed to Jesus Christ. And I was in the battle of Medina Ridge. We were fighting Saddam Hussein's elite army, the Medina Republican Guard, and I'm still here. And they're not there. So if they were praying to Allah, well, I don't know if he's the one true God. Because I prayed to Jesus Christ and I'm here. Just something you think about. Somebody says, always don't say about police. I place your You under citation theorem because your balsam doesn't really line up with the core values. Just played under the spark core interprocess. Well, I don't know what the person is saying. Taylor Sailor doesn't make no sense. Well, I'll leave him on for a little bit. I don't know what they meant by that. Just like I don't know if he's from Louisiana. But you know how they talk different over there, and he's talking about jamboree. I don't know if he's from Louisiana. I don't know. See, Allah will not save you, friend. I love you and want you not to be deceived. I'm not worried about Allah. Jesus Christ is my protector. I was in the battle of Medina Ridge. We fought the Republican Guard and the Abbasiyah, two two of their guards, and I'm still here. They're not here. And I prayed to Jesus Christ, and I'm still here. They say when you fight in a holy war, right? Because it's about religion. Whoever pledges Jesus Christ first will be victorious. Well, I'm here, and I was victorious. That's all I can tell you. Maybe you're the one being deceived. Somebody saying, "Are you saying Jesus has no form and is a demon?" No, I never said Jesus is a demon. Demons are the disembodied demonic Nephilim, but what the one third that fell from the heavens that got cast out of the heaven, those were the demons. Old Ironside, who? Hayden Johnson, how you doing? God bless all my brothers and sisters. Amen. Okay, let's get to some more stories. I'm just seeing that man. There's a lot of comments here, cousin. There's people that believe in Jesus Christ here. There's more believers of Jesus Christ than Allah here. I only see one Allah comment, and a lot of people that believe in Jesus Christ. Here you go. Brother Josh Turner said that there are demons. I believe in your country, Allah, where you believe in Allah, they got the jinn, and that's an evil entity you got over there. If that's under Allah, what you believe in Allah, maybe Allah is not a God. Maybe Allah might be Satan. But I seen what the the jinn can do. No different than the disembodied demonic nephilim. I believe it's the same thing, where they can enter people and possess people. I've seen it in combat, where people were holding a white flag, giving up, and the djinn entered the body, made the person drop the flag, the white flag of surrender, pick up a weapon and point, and that was it for the person. And then it was going from person to person, and everybody that was picking up a weapon that would drop their white flags, they're not here no more. So I've seen it happen what the djinn can do in the Muslim world. Okay, let's see what else is here. Somebody said, "How did I get here?" Now, we're not talking about hatred right now. See the color of Jesus. I've been in the Muslim community, and I know there's a lot of unclean spirits over there. You know, the when I was out there in Operation Desert Storm, there's nothing to block the wind, right? So at nighttime, at night when it's cold as hell in your country, I could hear the disembodied voices of women and children in pain because there's nothing to block the wind. So it's like, what am I hearing? And what I would notice was the degen at nighttime. Like if we burned trash during the day and there was still a little bit of heat, the degen would surface up around the pit where we burned trash, and you could see them standing around the pit at nighttime, and they were pretty tall. They were like at least I would say like 8 9 foot tall, standing around the pit to get I guess energy or something. But I witnessed the gen out there when I was out there. They're no different than disembodied demonic. Nothing. They like to play games. They can mimic voices, and they try to attack. They would try to attack me daily over there because they knew I could see them or sense them. Uh, I was just ready to leave the second time I was there. Uh, my second rotation in '95 because they were very mischievous. What I mean by that is like they will come and pull the sleeping bag, and you have your sevens, and there's nobody there, or it feel like somebody was placing an elbow in your throat when you're in your sleeping bag. Uh, they were out to hurt people. That's all I can tell you. But they're very mischievous. But I would always pray against them and fight spiritually against the gen when I was out there. I was happy when I left the country because the gen has a lot of control over their right. I'm thinking that's why they follow the laws that they follow because uh, the way they punish people over there, is a lot harsher than what we do here in the states. Over there, somebody get caught stealing, they chop their hand off. If they're caught smuggling drugs, it's an automatic death penalty. If a woman cheats on her on her husband that's probably married to 8 or 9 females, they they throw rocks at her as punishment. So it's not good. But anyways, cousin, you have anything else that you would like to share? You got your volume on? I can't hear you.
Ah, there we go.
Oh, like golly, the Allah guy sent the gent to block your speaker.
No,
He's
man.
over there. He's sitting on his rug trying to call the gent to interfere in our communication, cousin.
No, Primo. Before my dad got sick, man, he did something when he was in that Santeria religion. I think he tore his soul in two, and he would use it to go do the witchcraft stuff, man. And I remember, man, we lived a couple of blocks from where I'm living now, and he would always be staring out into the alley, man, at a street light, and you could see a shadow there. And he would tell me, "You recognize that one?" And I would say, "No." He goes, "That's me." Well, how is that you? Well, I don't know what they did in one of those ceremonies, man, but I believe they ripped his soul in two. And that's when he started losing his memory and whatnot, man. He tried to recall it, but it wouldn't come back to him, man. It's still to this day at night, like if you could pass by it right now, you'll see it standing in the street light.
So you felt that part of his soul stayed there.
Yeah, it's still there, man, because when you pass by there at night, it's still standing under that street light, man.
You see him.
Yeah. And like the house we lived across the about a block down the street. The neighbors see him sitting in a chair in the yard, man, at night.
Uh, well, the spirit has many abilities. The spirit continues to live. Uh, in which somebody cannot be here in the flesh no more, but they people see him somewhere and say, "Yeah, I seen him over there at the grocery store." They say he can't be. When my cousin passed away, people were spotting him. They knew him. So yeah, he came here last night and he slept in my van. And I'm like, how can it be if he's deceased? But they were seeing him in other towns where they've been before. He had been before. They'd be like, oh yeah, he's been here for about 3 days.
Oh wow.
But he's already gone. He had been gone for because he had got murdered, right? So he had been gone out. He had been deceased for about 3 months. And when he was deceased for 3 months, people were still spotting him. Where I talk to people say, yeah, he came here last night. I'm like, how can that be? You know.
Yeah, I know.
So
Like
what
I told, I
what
told
they
you.
were witnessing was a spirit.
Yeah, it's like I told. I don't know who I told at church, man. When my little sister died, man, there was a black bird trying to go through her window in the room she was in, and it just kept smacking and smacking and smacking at the window, man. And I told my brothers, man, he's here for her soul. Come to collect. But this guy here wanted a lechuza story. I was about 8 years old, man. We lived in Mexico, out in the mountains, and it was my first day there. Something passed by whistling, so I whistled back, and they were like, "No, don't whistle back, don't whistle back. It's gonna come back and take your eyes."
Mm-hmm.
So they wanted me to sleep right there because they didn't have no air conditioning. We lived in a mud hut, man, with the straw on top of it. It the doors that it
You
had
were
going back.
what part of Mexico were you at, cousin?
We lived in Las Norias. I think it's Coahuila.
Coahuila.
Yeah. And I remember the front and back door. They were the type of doors that you could open the top and close the bottom. And the bed where they wanted me to sleep, they wanted me to sleep by that back door with, and it was open. So I was already scared because they told me that he was gonna come back and take my eyes. So I risked getting stung by scorpions, man, and slipped on the dirt floor. And I was looking toward the window. Around, say, sometime in the night, I heard the flutter of wings that landed in the yard. And then the next thing you know, man, I'm looking at the door and I see an old wrinkly hand come in and start feeling to see if I was there, man. He came back to take my eyes.
La Bruja.
Yeah,
She
that
came
the
in bruja, like in the as the manifestation of a woman,
well,
or was it the hand of the lechuza?
it changed from a bird into an old lady because I could see her nose was like hanging down like that, dude. She was old, man. And that's my lechuza story. But yeah, they're real, and they don't like when you whistle back.
Well, the one that surfaced up here 2 nights ago was, I would say, like 5'6", and you know, I was seeing all the shadow figures moving around while I was doing the live in my backyard, and I had seen something that was pretty tall, and it had gray. It looked like a demon on my sidewalk, and yeah, I kept on praying, and I was saying my farewells, and I seen the lechuza. It was standing on the ground behind the oak tree, and it showed me its body, and it's looking at me. And the way it was standing like it was a woman, but it was in the form of a lechuza. So I'm looking at it, it's looking at me, and I'm trying to see what it's going to do. If it's going to fly towards me or whatever, so I can fight it, you know. Uh, but it flew away instead.
No, Daniel Silva, we're not talking about ghost stories. We are talking about things that we've actually seen and experienced.
It's the experiences of life that we witnessed and the things that we encounter daily. Because you know, when you have this gift of discernment, you know, you're seeing things that other people can see because you've been open to it all your life. So it's not nothing new to us. It's normal to us. So we're used to it, and you know, fear is out of the equation because we know how they work. So it's about the balance of life, how we fight spiritually daily. Okay, here we see somebody says they saw a demon in the woods when he was 6 or 7. He was standing 5 foot tall with red eyes, spikes, shoulders, standing in the middle of the exit, smiling at me, waiting. That was Trevor. Thank you, brother David. That's how we were raised, man. You know, I'll spend time with a curandera. When I was a kid, he spent time with a palero when he was a kid. The same thing. I was gone for for some time. What were you? What? Where did the palero take you? Oh,
No,
oh,
man. I stayed after that hand incident on the window with no harm. My dad sent me to live with a blind brujo for about a year, and I have no memory of what we did when we left. I just remember him picking me up and him dropping me off. But I have that whole year I have missing from my life, man. I don't remember nothing.
you said you,
The palero that I hung out with, man, with my dad's friend. I hung out with him when I was in my early 20s.
you said he spent time with a blind brujo or blind
Yes.
warlock.
Yeah.
That he don't remember the year that he spent with this is like his memory got erased. So to this day, he always asks me, "Do you think I can remember what might have happened?" But it's because he he had seen this hand, this hairy hand, and he got sick. Right, you got ill because of that. So they sent him to this brujo
The
to
witch
cure him,
doctor.
witch doctor. That's why I went up there because his dad was about that. Right.
Yeah, my dad was about that, man.
Hello, Sister Nellie Turner. How you doing? Skinwalkers or spiritual real? The skinwalkers, shamans, and others, they make deals with demons, right? That's how they got their gifts, their powers. They make deals that when they died, they will have the ability to become skinwalkers and shapeshifters. So they have the ability to manifest, to look real, but they're actually in spirit, a spirit, So but they roam the lands like this. They call different names in different cultures. Uh, the first time I seen one, that was the first one that I seen when I was let me see, because I was here when I was young, but they were in the form of the shadow, but I could see the demonic form or beastly form. Because when you see a demonic form from the face, it's almost like looking at a dogman, or like when people want to say a Bigfoot, it's almost the same face appearance, but they're in spirit form, so they look dark. But the first one that I seen like look real, this one had the head of a werewolf, but the body from the neck down was human, and he was following me. He was real tall, and he was just jumping over the 7 foot fences, like climbing right over them. He was flanking me on the left, and there was like two more on the right side. You could see the head of the wolves and the body of humans, and they were literally just walking right over the fences. So they were following me. I was going to my cousin's house, and the Catholic church was there, and I went over there, ran, and I knocked on the because on the Catholic church they got the priest on. So I was banging on the door, and the priest came out and he said, "What's going on?" I said, "I'm being followed by what seems to be something demonic or a werewolf." And he took me to the room in the church, like his office, and he asked me what happened, and I tell him what happened. The first thing he asked me is, "Are you on drugs?" I said, "No, sir, I don't do drugs." Uh, they said, "Maybe it's just your imagination playing games on you." So everything that I said is kind of not listening to what I'm saying. I said they're following me. So as I'm saying this, the door that's behind me, because he wore glasses. The priest's name was Father Ralph, and when the door opened behind me, through his glasses, I could see what was following me through his glasses. They were standing behind me, looking at him. Father Ralph started sweating. You could see the fear in his face. You know what Father Ralph did? He threw me to the wolves. He didn't pray for me. He didn't say, "I tie, bind, and rebuke in Jesus Christ's name," or anything like that. He told me to leave, right? So I seen the door close. I said, "Well, they're gonna be out there. I'm gonna have to fight." So imagine you seeing something that looks human, but the face of a wolf. No, I see a lot of things through the history where there's like some kind of saint that with a wolf's head or whatever, right? Well, I'm just telling you that it's not a saint. It's demonic because when I stepped out of that room, I jumped out with my guards up. There was nothing around me. So I needed one more block to get to my aunt's house. I was running and I was looking and I made it there. I made it to her house and I thought I was safe, right? Listen to me. I thought I was safe. But what happened in her house, I do not remember. Listen to me. I do not remember what happened in that house. I don't remember. All I remember, somebody said something to me. I don't remember nothing. Uh, when I wake up in my house, my knife is open and it's got blood on it. There's blood in my hand, and I don't know where this blood came from. My cousins come and they tell me, "You're not welcome." My mom, which is my aunt, told me to come and tell you you're not welcome to come to her house anymore because of what happened last night. And I'm like, "What happened? I don't remember nothing." They say you were beating everybody up. You were throwing people around. We were hitting you with 2x4s, breaking them on your back, and you were just messing everybody up. We hit you with frying pans. You're beating everybody up. I don't remember. So as the day went along, they said that I had beat up this guy. They told me something. So this that I beat him up real badly. I don't know because I don't remember. So that guy comes and visits me later on, and he's black and blue from the face. You remember Jap, cousin Jap? I beat him up black and blue from the face. I don't remember.
Wow.
So I had this knife with blood that I didn't know where the blood came from. So I'm not allowed to go to my aunt's. I beat up some guy, and I'm glad he didn't press no charges on me. I went to work, and at work, my friend was sad, which was my receiving manager, and he's like, "I don't know what happened to my dog," and he said the name of his dog. I said, "She's missing. I don't know what happened to her." And he lived right by the church in the corner. So when you go through something like that, which to me is a form of a possession, you start remembering things afterwards. Where I remember that the guy had told me something, Jab told me something, and there was a big fight, and I was beating the crap out of him. They were trying to break me off of him, and I started beating up everybody. I remembered that because you get a memory recall. Well, I remember walking by the house of the guy that was missing his dog. It was a little Chihuahua. I remember walking by there, and it wasn't me. It was because my body was being controlled by those demons that were following me. The dog came because the dog, and this is not the dog's fault. The dog seen what was in me, possessing me, because that's what they do, right? So the dog came and started biting me in the leg, right, on my ankles. And I remember what happened to the dog, and it wasn't good. Just put it that way. To this day, I ask God for forgiveness for what happened to the dog, but it was beyond my control. I remember parts and pieces running like something else was in me, running through the alleys in the darkness. Uh, but the priest left me hanging. Instead of praying for me, he threw me to the wolves. That priest, he requested to be, after that incident, he requested to be removed to go to another church, in which they transferred him somewhere else.
Wow.
True story. The blood that was in the knife was from the Chihuahua. Just put it that way.
Wow.
I'm sharing it with y'all here on Spiritually Encrypted Encounters, in which when you go through those kind of experiences, brothers and sisters, and something rubs up against you like that, you learn from that. you learn from that, and you gain wisdom and knowledge of how not to ever happen again. And it's which is not to have a love foundation. The the spiritual opening that I had, and they caused it even more because they was doing it, making me do it, was the anger that they were making me angry, even though it was my body. They were attacking me. They were attacking me. I just thank God that at that time I was living by myself in my house. That there was no family members there no more, because only God knows what else could have happened. I'm just glad that the blood that was in the knife wasn't from anybody, like a human being. So no, I don't do drugs. I never done drugs.
I used to, but I've been clean for 15 years.
Okay, let me see. I'm gonna send I'll send you a thing to be a mod, Sister Nelly. I'll send you a wrench. I don't know how all that works because I'm new to this, but I'll send you a wrench so you can be our moderator. I want to say thank you to everybody who's here viewing. Send the like buttons if you like what we're talking about. But I went through that, uh, and it was the only time that happened, brothers and sisters. The spiritual opening that I had is that I had hatred and vengeance to the person that I forgave. But at that time, it was fresh, and that was a spiritual opening that was being spiritually targeted and attacked. Uh, it happened another time, and cousin Jesse was there for this one. It happened in my house where I was very upset. I grabbed my mom's favorite butcher knife, and I was gonna go to his well, to the person I have vengeance for. Right, I went to his house. I was in his property. I had the knife in my hand. All I had to do is pull the screen window and just stab away. But as I was going to stab away, there was a higher power working, and it wouldn't let me. Yeah, it froze me. For me not to do that. When I was walking back home, well, before I got there to the location, my sister seen the change in me, right? In which I had unusual strength, where I lifted him up, one in his hand, and threw him away from me. So they got cousin Jesse to come looking for me. It was my sister Guadalupe and him. And I was praying, trying to get rid of the negative unclean spirits that was trying to attack me. And I was sitting by a tree in front of a what is that church that's in front of the Jehovah Witness church? There's a church behind it. Was it
It's
Latter Day Saints?
a Latter Day Saints.
Okay. Well, guess what? I was caught up on a church that was a Latter Day Saints, and across the street was a Jehovah
Pentecostal.
Witness
Pentecostal
or
church.
Pentecostal. So I'm sitting there, and I'm just, I'm praying, and I hear a woman crying. As I look towards that church behind me, the Latter Day Saints, there's a woman dressed in white crying by the fence, looking at me. And we're making contact, looking at her, and she's looking at me. Next thing you know, is cousin Jesse and my sister that they found me by the tree. So they get me, and we start walking back home. I felt I wasn't feeling good. There was when I got home, they went inside. I stayed in the backyard. As I was in the backyard, I started hearing this like a bell sound. As I was hearing the bell sound, then I started hearing a goat sound. So when I was hearing all this, there was my cue to go inside the house. When I went inside the house, as soon as I went inside the house, banging on the walls, boom, 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 like something was trying to come in the house, boom, boom, boom. So I went into prayer, and I said, "Whatever is out there, you're not welcome inside the house. Leave." And when I said that, it left. But I had like a lot of anger, hatred, and vengeance. To the person I had vengeance. Two, he threatened my life when I was 10 years old with a machete that he said he was going to kill me. You know, and he was a Santanista. He was a policeman, and he was a Santanista, a Satanist. And he came at me with a machete, trying to take me out. That's why I had hatred and anger to this guy, and he was always insulting me, cussing me out. Every time he got a chance, he would see me. Even if he was in his squad car, he would cuss me out and say all kinds of bad things. Then, when he was in front of my parents, he pretend to be like he was innocent. So you could see when somebody messes with you like that time and time again. And I will tell him, he said, "You're just a snobby little punk kid." And I'll tell him, "Look, I'm gonna be a kid right now, but it's gonna be a time that I'm gonna grow. And when I grow, we're gonna settle this as man to man." And he will laugh at me. So, I joined the military, went to combat, came back, and it happened right there in front of the coastal on the four-way light. I was in my car in my dress greens, and he was in his Bronco. You know what I'm talking about? Nacho,
Me
Ignacio.
too.
So he's looking at me, and I'm looking at him, and I'm not a kid no more. I'm a young man. I look at him, and I go like this: "Are you ready?" Looking straight out. Are you ready to handle business? Right? Just by when I went like this, letting him know that I'm ready to handle business. This guy, he did a 360 and took off away from me. He didn't want to. He didn't want to fight me as a man, but he sure was. But he sure was an
Instigated
abuser,
when you were a child.
trying to mess me with a. He messed with you. How many years he messed with me? From 10 years old till I was 18, 19. When I came
Oh,
from operation, I was 20. That many years, 10 years that he messed with me, insulted me, trying to make me think that I was nobody, disrespecting me. But when it was time to handle business, he didn't want to. But that's the person I had to forgive, and I'm glad that I forgave him. I didn't even know he had passed away. And when all these things were happening around me in Elms Grove, like, I prayed to Heavenly Father to show me what I have to do. And then I remembered, because the only reason I remembered, because in the episode of This Woods or Harness, is in 3, episode 2, when I chase something and it's flying and it's going through the trees and it's laughing like it's laughing real ugly. I recognized the laugh. It was him.
oh
It
wow.
was it was Ignacio. I didn't know he had passed away. It was the dark spirit shadow figure, and he was laughing, making fun of me, like he would make fun of me before. That's when I knew I had to forgive that. Forgave him. All the things that were happening stopped, and wherever it went to, you went to. Karma is
Yeah.
karma. Sorry, guys. I just had to talk about this. I know cousin Jesse's a little bit tired. We'll be going almost 3 hours. Welcome to the night shift, cousin Jesus Carvajal. I know you're
Really?
tired. What time you got to get up, cousin?
Oh no, man! I ain't got nothing to do tomorrow, man. I was gonna go cut some grass, but it's raining, so I don't have to cut it when the grass is wet, man.
Oh man, trust. Look, everything I say, man, is 100% legit. I've been through it. I've been fighting spiritually all my life. I've been attacked. I've lost family members. You know, due to the demonic forces. But even through everything that I've been through, I still believe in Jesus Christ. He's my Lord and Savior.
Yeah, me too, man. Like I said, I just got baptized this year, man, in March.
Yeah, like my cousin Jesse, they live in Fort Worth, so he didn't know all the details of exactly what was going on. They moved down to the valley for a little bit, but I'm more sure he knew how the place was, because you know he he had to go through a lot of trials and tribulations also.
Yes, 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 yes.
Thank you all for the like buttons. We got 21 likes, cousin Jesus.
Awesome.
Uh, I think. the people that hear, I just want to say thank you all for tuning in. I've been, I'm trying to do, I do my shows when I guess you could say I don't want to bump into anybody's live feeds in it during the day or in the evenings. So I'm a night owl. I'm awake at night. So I say, you know what? Let me do them at night when I won't. I'll let everybody do their shows, and I just do my night shows. And I think I've been getting a pretty good crowd at nighttime.
I suffer
Uh,
from insomnia, man, so I'm awake half the night anyway, man.
Somebody say something here about. Did you guys talk about skinwalkers yet?
Yes, we did about that cow that I thought
Yeah.
was a skinwalker.
You don't want to talk about skinwalkers? We can talk about skinwalkers.
There was a guy that posted a question that his wife used, his mother used to have a what did he say it was Elewa. Elewa is a Cuban deity,
I know
and he's
what.
Elewa, and he's also called the guardian of the threshold. When you have an Elewa, you're supposed to keep him behind your front door because he is the
Nagual.
guardian of
Yeah,
Elewa.
Nagual.
He's the
That
guardian of the
that's is
threshold.
that like a shapeshifter, like
No, no,
somebody's like a
sir.
shaman of some sort,
No,
or is
sir.
he just a shapeshifter?
Elewa is a Cuban saint that Mexicans call Santo Niño de Atocha. But when in the Cuban version, they have him in a pot, and there's like maracas in there and candy and some pennies and that's every I'm gonna say every month you have to feed it for it to have power to keep the bad stuff out of your house. It guards your
Uh,
threshold so nothing evil comes in. I know because, like I said, I used to practice that religion. So I just wanted to answer his question about that.
See where you come from in the Rio Grande Valley. There's all kinds of stuff over there, man. I told you what I seen. This part human in the face of a wolf, which I found out they were demonic. So when you hear me saying, when you hear me say, not to be a broken record, when I say it was demonic, is because I got literally possessed by it and made me do things that I didn't want to do. And there was when I got attacked by them, they were in the form, they look part human and that face of a werewolf, right? They could have been naguales, or they could have been shapeshifters or brujos, but as big as the war, I believe 100% they were demonic and there was a spiritual hit on me. Where we come from, there's a lot of witchcraft, a lot of brujos and brujas, a lot of warlocks and witches. So I believe there was a spiritual hit on me, and that's what happened to me. Not to, like I said, not to be a broken record, but I've been through the experiences to know that I got bonded or demonized in a sense of way that I beat up everybody in my aunt's house, and then there's a dog that wound up being dead because something had entered my body. Right when I was younger. I think that when that happened, I was 18 years old, 17 or 18 years old. But yes, there's the things that I witnessed in the valley. Where I come from was I, you want to call them shapeshifters, you can call them shapeshifters, but I'm thinking there were the ones that they call the Apakulu. Some people call them the Anunnaki, the washers, in which they are dressed in the garments of like Indians from Mexico, like the Aztecas, the people that come, the Mayans. But what I witnessed was very tall. He had to be at least 8 or 9 foot tall. He had the garments of that culture from like there, and he had a thing with a bunch of feathers on his like a crown of different feathers, right? And he's standing there, and he's got a. It looks like a mask, of a demon, right, on his face. This happened in my house. So my father is chanting in the corner where there's a tall pole in the corner of the fence. He's chanting something, a different language, and he's yelling very loudly, calling for the head of the household, right? So my father goes out there, he goes outside the fence, and he goes near it. And my father's trying to fight it spiritually, and he stops praying, like his prayer got blocked of some sort, and he's telling him something. So when my father comes inside the house, he looks pale from the face, and my mom asked him a question. She asked him what happened out there because he was massive. It was like my dad's already short, so it was like three of my dads. That's how massive it was. So if my dad was 5'4", right, or 5'6". It was that much bigger than him. It was pretty tall. And this is what my dad told my mother. He told my mother that he told him that he could have all the money, money. He could give him he could make him rich, but he had to do one thing. He had to kill the whole family in order for him to gain that. When we talk about that, that's why I say Dapakulu, Anunnaki, Washers, because if you all remember in the pyramids and in Mexico, from all pyramids they had there, when they came into play, they were the ones that were watching over mankind. So they were kind of like the wise men, or the wise men from the heavens that was giving the orders to the people. So if they wanted a good crop, they would deceive them, right? Because they was already going against God. So they tell them, if you want to get good crops, you have to kill 1,000 people, blood sacrifices, right? For for the crops to be good next year. Or if you want a good weather, you have to kill, behead so many amount of people. So that's what they would do is sacrifice people to them in order for these things to happen. So the reason I'm saying this is because just like they deceive the people in charge, empower the elders or the kings and the queens, and they were doing acts against God, I believe 100%. I just say it like this: spiritually, that because they was doing the evil deeds just like the Nephilim were doing, that's one of the reasons that the earth got flooded, because the acts that people were doing were against God. That's why a lot of people say, "What happened to the Mayans? What happened to the pharaohs? What happened to this? What happened to that?" Because the big flood did happen, and all of them got destroyed because they were they were doing things against God. You don't catch me. You're not going to find me going to visiting any of those sites where people got sacrificed in that manner. You know why? Because of the blood spill. The demons still exist in those areas. That's why I don't go. Just like locations where there's blood spill, like in jails, prisons, or when the blood will spill out in the combat, they surfaced up. Like, but that's what I believe. Yeah, they're all affiliated. That's one thing. You got like the faces on the pyramid. But if you look at even the natives, what do you call those poles?
The
The
totem
totem
pole.
the totem poles.
Yeah.
Well, there's statues like that also. They're like
Mm.
totems in Mexico that have different faces. One looks demonic. It looks like an eagle. Then it could have a one of a panther. I believe that they made that for the Apakulu, Anunnaki, and the Watchers because that's what they were. They made those totem poles in honor of them because that's what they were worshiping. was them, in which they have the ability to shapeshift. You want to talk about shapeshifters? That
Hey,
those are original shapeshifters right there.
hey, Al Gore. If your mom's was, you say it's not working for her, it needs to be fed, and the only person qualified to be able to feed it is a palero. They have to be fed, and the only person that could do it is a palero, man. That's just my answer to what you asked.
Is the nagual what's left off when somebody cures somebody from malda in the egg?
No, cousin Legua is a Cuban deity that Mexicans call Santo Niño de Atocha. And there's just, instead of having the little baby, they have a little thing in the pot, clay pot. It's got eyes, and it's got like a baby rattle in there, and it's got corn, it's got candy, man. But it has to be fed every now and then so it will keep its power. And the only one qualified to do that is a palero.
A
Nobody else
palero.
can do it. Nobody else can do it because it won't gain its strength back. Man. Like I said, I used to be in that religion, so I know what who's qualified to feed it.
Yeah, yeah. But of course I wasn't there at those times when all these things were happening. But of what I witnessed, I can place the things spiritually together because of what I witnessed when the tall figure went and told my dad to take out the whole family. Well, you put that together the way it looked and the things that the natives from the Incans, the Mayans, the Aztecas, and all the pyramids that are in Mexico, they were sacrificed their own people to their gods, right? So they were following orders of this watchers. I'm more sure they got names from in Mexico also, but I know them as Apakulu, Anunnaki, washers. So they caused a lot of chaos and havoc, and they just them, just one portion of the spiritual battle because then you got Lucifer, you got the 1/3 that fell, and you got the Legion. So it's somebody Nephilim. We're dealing with a lot within the balance. That's why I always tell people you have to maintain your love foundation. Love foundation always, regardless of what's coming at you spiritually or physically. You have to maintain your love foundation. You can't leave a spiritual opening of anger, of fear, or belief because they'll attack you. We got somebody here that's talking bad, so he's out of here. He's talking badly about females, so I'll send him to go somewhere else. Al Gore says Paleto charged a lot of money. I feel like it always ends up backfiring.
Well,
Well,
there are
good.
paleros and there's paleros, man. You got to make sure you get you a good one, man. Because not everybody that's a palero can do certain things, man. You got to find you one that he is very, very seasoned and has a lot of experience doing what needs to be done. There's some of them that make themselves santos, and those are like the ones that are really, really strong with that religion.
You just got to remember one thing, brothers and sisters, is this: Beelzebub cannot get stopped Beelzebub. So imagine somebody trying to wish bad upon you. That's how the people would do it in our culture. Somebody's wishing bad upon you through witchcraft. So what do they do? Go find somebody else to send a spell somewhere else to somebody, right? And so it becomes a spiritual battle of negativity versus negativity. The only way you're going to overcome something like that is through Jesus Christ. Because magic with magic is not going to make nothing happen. It's got to be done through Jesus Christ. Because the only thing when people are fighting through magic is going to keep on leaving open portals where they're should I say manifesting certain things to come through those portals, or summoning certain things to come through those portals, in which it becomes a spiritual warfare. I got caught up in a spiritual warfare. That's why I was seeing a lot of activity because of my grandmother. So, I had the gift. So I was seeing all kinds of stuff.
Brandon Wagner is not a palero, it's a palero with a P. And it's kind of like a Cuban warlock, you might say.
I hope you all enjoying tonight's show. We've been going 3 hours and 10 minutes.
Hold on, cousin. Base day up. We're talking about religion. We're talking about watchers, their offsprings, are the Nephilim. We're talking about everything. Very welcome, Brandon.
The one that I witnessed in front of my house, after everything happened in my family, my dad went to prison and all this. I was in the military and I was driving my sister back. It happened in between Corpus Christi, entering Corpus Christi. I was driving and I seen it. The same thing that I seen in my hometown. What happened to I seen it standing on the. It was standing on the road, and it looked at me. It turned its head. It was massive, just like I seen it. So when that happened, it's kind of like it started smelling like pestilence and something real ugly, in which I started gagging. Right, started gagging, and I wanted to throw up. I couldn't breathe, so I had to lower down my window, and I was trying to breathe. And I started praying, and I felt I wasn't feeling good, so I rolled back my window. As I'm driving, my sister's sitting in the back seat, and my girlfriend was sitting at me beside me. So I'm driving, and I see my sister just pop her in the side of the head, boom, and she's like looking, and then she keeps on hitting her. But my sister is acting weird, so I pull over to the rest area. As I pull over to the rest area, my sister looked at me, and this is what she told me. She told me, "Why do you getting a divorce from me?" I'm like, "What the hell is she talking about?" At that time, like I don't know what she was talking about. She was acting strange, and she took off running into the restroom. So I said, "Oh, I believe that it was the thing that was on the road that entered her." So, start telling her about love and all this, and whatever was there left her, because I started bringing love, and I went into prayer, and it went away from her. But then it entered my girlfriend, and my girlfriend started acting freaking weird. So I started praying for her also, and she took off running into the restroom. So after a while, I told my sister. My sister don't even know what happened to her. So I told my sister what was going on. So we went. She went there, and she started praying for her, and using the love foundation, and whatever was there left her. But they can possess that way. I believe that when I lowered the window, that entity was in my back seat that was entered my sister. It was making my sister do that, but that's what they do.
Now, Gore, I'm a Christian. I'm pretty sure my cousin is as well.
Yes, believe in Jesus Christ.
No, not really.
Alonso Rodriguez. Maybe that sounds like her cousin, man.
Good.
We got an Alfonso Rodriguez as a cousin.
Yep.
It's called Alonso. No, I wouldn't do drugs, man. I never done drugs. I was kind of like a Mister Goody Two Shoes. My cousin was always trying to tough me up. It's
You
like
did.
I was trying to do the right thing, man. It's like we was already going through a lot, so it's like I was stay away from a lot of things.
We did Tai Chi by the tree.
Yeah, I had a lot of friends. Like I said, it's near the border. So what's near the border? Tell them, cuz drugs,
Mm,
buku drugs.
we're from a border town, man. Mexico is like 45 minutes from where we grew up.
cocaine, marijuana, pounds of marijuana, and all kinds of stuff. But thank you, Jesus, that I didn't go that way. I have friends that threw parties and they had all kinds of stuff in their parties, but I wouldn't do that. They already knew not to offer me anything because if they did, they were going to lose my friendship because I was already going through enough. And of course, my job, I was working two jobs. I didn't have time for all that. Somebody's talking about free Palestine. I don't know. Free Palestine. Oh, I'm going to free you. There you go. I freed them.
Free,
He
free,
said,
set them free.
you're free. You go. I sent him away. Free Palestine. Didn't Palestine get a lot of money from the United States?
Yep.
There you go. They're free, all right. They're free now. Yeah. There's always people influencing you to try something to do something, but you have to have a strong mind and a strong will not to do those things.
Yeah.
They try to
I
make
did.
fun of you. They're like, "Oh, you're a scaredy cat, or
Yeah, I did a
you're
little bit
this,
of.
you're that." You're like,
I did,
"Eh."
I did a little bit of everything, man, but in moderation, man. And everything that I've seen, I know was real. And I knew why I did what I was doing because I was afraid to be alone with my own thoughts, man. That's why I used to get smoke marijuana. I was afraid to be alone
Alonso
with my own
Rodriguez
thoughts.
said they ain't free, they expensive. When you have friends in higher places, they are free. I'm just telling you straight up. They're going to give you the hookup,
Oh
but
yeah,
I never done them.
the first one's always free, but then you got to pay afterward.
Yeah. With my friends is like, hey, go ahead, man, because they
I
get
did
it. They will get stuff so cheap because we're right there in the border.
because
Uh, the,
we did drink a lot of beer though.
yeah, yeah, beer, yeah. We would drink beer, not all the time. Once in a while, I think I would drink like you would drink a lot of beer, but like on the weekends, right?
I would buy
But
cases and cases of beer, man. You know what? I don't even drink anymore, man.
now I'm going to say this since we're talking about this: is there stuff in the air that there are government can place to make hallucinations? You know,
Yeah.
right now we could say chemtrails, right? That's one. We're going to bring this to light. People that work in the fields, pesticides. People that work in the oil rigs, they get some kind of chemicals on them, right? Exposure to something. Uh, the 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 pesticide or the chemical they put in those things in the towns where there's mosquitoes, the spray that they spray
The
that
ones
can
that we used
cause
to run behind.
the one when you're a kid, you're running behind, you're running around in the smoke.
Yeah.
That could cause hallucinations, and of course, people that are they're doing drugs, dropping acid, marijuana, cocaine, heroin,
Never done heroin.
crack, meth,
Oh, never done meth.
the ice,
Never done ice.
the freaking what's the other one? Flocka.
Never
See,
tried that. I
those
don't
people
even
are
know
all
what
bent
that
up
is.
like shit. They're all contorted. They fall asleep like all contorted.
Hey, primo.
Man, that's a spiritual opening big time right there.
Here in Fort Worth,
Drugs.
primo, they fine you. They catch you catching rainwater. It's a fine, man. You can't. You're not allowed to catch rainwater here in Fort Worth.
Oh wow.
But why? Because of all the chemtrails, man. They're afraid you're gonna get it tested and find out what's in the water that's falling from the sky, man.
So that's my answer to you. Whoever said about drugs can, yeah, drugs can make you hallucinate, and there's other things that can make you hallucinate. All the things that I just mentioned. You
Yeah.
know that pesticide for people that work in the fields, whether they're cultivating the land or they're where for like for cotton, they have to put pesticide to kill
The
the
boll
bugs
weevil.
from eating the cotton so the cotton can grow, right?
Yep,
Then you
the
got
boll
people that
weevil.
work in the fields hoeing the weeds so the cotton can survive. And sometimes when they're doing that, they've already sprayed the field with some pesticide, so you can smell it. So you got short term and you got long term. What that does is this: it causes, uh, I believe it's called oxidation or where your brain is not getting enough oxygen, in which when it doesn't get enough oxygen, then what happens? What does your brain control? It controls your body. So when that happens, then your body starts failing on you, in which you can even cause cancer. Now, a lot of people, like a lot of my aunts and uncles, they all had cancer, but they worked in the fields all their life. So they were around all that. Or the people that work for Purina, like my dad, he was always spraying spray for the worms that are with the webs on the trees. He got messed up. His throat got messed up from doing that, and which they had to do an operation on him, so maybe some of the things that happened to him could have been because of that, and that it affects you that way.
Sorry for your loss, Brandon.
Sorry for your loss, brother Brandon. Yeah, that's a right now. Fentanyl is the worst drug that's happening right now, and it's killing a lot of people. They're putting it in everything now. Even in the Jello and those Jello with liquor, they're even
Chelo
placing
Cap.
it in there now. So you got to be careful from all that. Stay away from that. Unless it's coming from you, that you know what you got is. But yeah, there's a lot of people dying from that. Uh, Another thing we can talk about: lead in the paint. Lead in the paint. Back in the 70s, 60s, there was lead in the paint. In which what was happening, the people were living in the rooms with the lead in the paint. I know this because in the military, the bullets had lead in the paint. How do I know this? Because people were committing suicide. And they did an investigation. They found the lead in the paint, in which they destroyed all those billets. And also another thing that was causing this, asbestos was causing people to commit suicide. Well, y'all got me going tonight. Shit. I thought I had PTSD and I had forgotten all this information, but Storm Sears is here right now.
We got 32
And
people
the
in
other
the
one,
table.
brothers and sisters, the other one is what's it called? In the pipes, cousin. In the pipes of water.
Yeah.
The plastic, what's it called? Was it,
Oh man, what was it called? I can't recall right now, man.
it was an asbestos, was it? Yeah, the
No.
pipes in the water had a certain. They were built out of certain material, and it was causing people to get that was causing people to get cancer. I'm thinking it's asbestos too. But no, asbestos is what the spray. It's called something else. I'm thinking it's
PVC.
asbestos also. It's something with the pipes, so in which a lot of water plants that were built with that those pipes had to get destroyed, and they had to build new water plants.
Yeah, I remember, man. I can't remember what it was called, man.
Yeah. So yeah, there's a lot of things that we've been exposed to that we didn't even know about. But
Man, how many years have we been drinking fluoride in the water, man? It was
oh,
fluoride in the water ever since I was a kid,
the
man.
fluoride in the water too. Yeah,
Yeah, that's dangerous, man. That's why people stop drinking out of the faucets.
yeah. I don't. You see me drinking out there. When I was a kid, I'll be drinking out of the faucet. I don't do that no more. A lot of things that are in place that people don't know about that cause a lot of side effects. The suicide ones. The reason I know about that is because there were soldiers killing themselves in the billets. That they didn't know what was going on, but it was making them the lead and the lead and the asbestos was making them hallucinate, in which there was a spiritual open, I guess, and they got demonized and they got taken out. I was seeing some things because I live in the village. Oh, man, I'm sure. Well, I witnessed when I was in the village in Fort Hood, Texas. Now it's called Fort Cavazos. I was a sergeant, right? Well, first of all, when I was a specialist, there's three stories, and I was staying in the bottom of the first floor every night. This is what I would hear, like somebody shoveling the gravel in between the quad in the center of the billets every night, and I could see a shadow through the curtain, like they're shoveling. So I would look, and they would be gone. So I said, you know what? Can you move somewhere else? So they moved me to the other side of the billets on the third floor, right? So I'm in the third floor. By then, I'm already like a sergeant, and I'm in the third floor. It's a Saturday night, and I'm asleep. It's 3 in the morning. I hear somebody running up the stairs because we got a best of view, and I hear running coming towards my door, and I hear kids laughing, running around in the best of view. As I'm trying to open the door, I hear them running downstairs. I was like, man, who's got kids running around here at 3 in the morning? It was happening like almost every day. So I say, okay, they're not here no more. And then one night, I'm on the third floor. There's a room, and I could hear the kids laughing in the room across me. So I'll go all the way around. I said, I'm gonna tell them, speak my mind on them now because I'm tired of this. This kid's coming over here banging on my door, and they're over here now making fun of me across me, laughing at me. Going up to the third floor, and I start boom, boom, boom. I was banging on the door, boom, boom, boom. I'm banging on the door, and I'm waiting for them to open so I can cuss them out and tell them, how come you got kids running around loose around here at night? We're trying to get some sleep. I'm banging and banging, and then the door next to that door opens up. He says, hey, what's going on, man? Why are you banging on the door like that? So, well, there's some kids that are there that are laughing, and I'm trying to get them to get control of them because they keep on messing with me for about a week now. Go into my room, banging on my door, and then they're making fun of me in this room. So, man, there's nobody in that room.
Oh
That's
wow.
an empty room. Right? That's what he said. That's an empty room. So I said, oh shit. Okay. So I go to the room, and the true thing identified itself to me. Like a day later, I'm laying in my bed, and it's a little twin bed, and I have my laundry. You have to wrap it a certain way at the head of your bed, right in the front. That's where you keep it. You tie it a certain way to look because they come do inspection. So as I'm laying down in my bed, I'm asleep, and I get awoken by something. This is what I see, straight up, tall, like 8 foot tall, standing in front of my bed. He had wings like of a bat, and the face looked like a bat. To me, it was something demonic or possibly,
Dracula.
not to say about vampires, but possibly maybe a Nosferatu. But I lean more to something demonic because of the activity and the time frame it was happening. He was literally standing in the freaking right by my feet, looking at me. When I got up, I started praying. It's like that's the kind of activity that was happening in the billets. Now, was it because I had experienced activity? Was it real spiritual activity, or was it the asbestos and the lead in the paint that was causing that hallucination? Just I'm just speaking about it right now. Somebody said you need to get some sleeping pills.
I have them. They don't work.
Yeah, the only sleeping pill my cousin knows is Budweiser, Bud Light. Sleeping pill. The beer was sleeping pills.
Yeah, I have them. They don't work, man.
So I lost a lot of soldiers. Look, I had a soldier. He was pulling guard with me. He dropped acid. He was acting crazy. He had like his instead of his cap, he had his freaking shoe polish kit on top of his head. He reported like that to me information. And
You look like that?
no, he had like the shoe kit.
Oh,
Instead of wearing his hat, he had the shoe
yeah.
kit on his freaking head.
Oh, wow.
And he was trying to talk to me, and he was all out of it. I got pissed off with him. I said, you know what? You're worthless here to me. Go to the village, go to your room. Send him over there. And like, I was upset because he had dropped some acid because the way he was acting, right? I was pissed. Somebody came to relieve me, and I went back to his room to look for him because I was going to shoo him out, right? Because I was a sergeant. When I got in his room, this how I found him. I found him with his head underwater in the toilet bowl,
Oh, wow.
passed out.
Hmm.
I
Was he
got
scoop-
him. Luckily, I went to check up on him because if I wouldn't have checked up on him, he would have drowned. I
he
pull
was
him out of the water.
he was training to be a scuba diver?
I pull him out of the water and I give him Article 15 for
Wow.
dropping acid. You know, but what excuse am I going to give his mother? Well, your son was an idiot. He dropped some acid. I couldn't use him in guard duty, so I sent him to the room and he passed out in the toilet bowl in his own urine.
Wow.
That's crazy, right? You ever seen the commercial where they're frying the pan and they're frying the egg in the pan and said, "This is your brain on drugs."
Yeah, I remember that.
There you go. Oh yeah, Jesus has always been with me, but sometimes you get people placed in front of you. Man, I've seen people. Some of the soldiers, man. Uh, those that when it, some of them, I've seen them on drugs. Whether they're smoking weed, whether they're on coke. I've seen them. I've seen them. When somebody's on coke, their mouth is all crooked. My NCO was discharging me. He was all coked up on the tank. He's and he's acting all crazy, man. It's like throwing low. He's from Louisiana. Yeah, you could see it on his nose. I say, you know what? Just go to the room, man. If they tell me what's the matter with you, I'll tell them you're sick. I had a cover for him because he was high on that shit, man. You know, he was bad. He was, this. There was this guy that was on what is it? Not meth. What was the other one before meth? Ice.
Okay.
He was on some kind of drug. This idiot went to go rob a bank while he was high.
What?
So they send him to Fort. What is it called? The one here, Fort Leavenworth. He couldn't hack it there, so they sent him to a place where he could get a rehab. Yeah, crack, man. There's a lot of crackheads.
Oh yeah, I used to be one. Thank God I'm okay now.
So, what do you think? Cuz I think we did pretty good tonight. If
Yeah.
anybody wants to say one more thing about any kind of topic, put it here and we'll talk about it. Because I have a lot of stories. I can keep on going, but I know the people have to get their beauty sleep. I've been up for shoot, like almost 48 hours.
Yeah, I know when I messaged you earlier, man, I couldn't see you. You were in the dark. I thought, oh.
Yeah, I was trying to take a nap, but I never got to nap. So I'm wide awake. What unit I was with? In 135 armor? I was in 135 Armor in Erlangen, Germany, 2nd Brigade. Can you tell another demonstration story? I got one for you. Midnight Mass. In Spanish, it's called Misa de Gallo. It normally happens on Saturday night. Midnight Mass. I was at a midnight mass when I was, I think, 12 years old. And in the midnight mass, you know, the preach, what's it, the incense that he sprays it smells real nasty. Uh, it's very strong, and it's going like this. So as he passed me by with it, it's got a nasty smell to it. I couldn't breathe. As I couldn't breathe, I was kneeling down. I felt like a knot in my stomach. As I felt a knot in my stomach, it went up. And next thing you know, I don't remember nothing. When I wake up, people are carrying me up in the air. I start kicking because people got me in the air and they're praying. They're putting olive oil on my forehead. They're trying to say that like an unclean spirit enter me or something like that. But I don't remember nothing. But I had a big knot in the back of my head, right? So I'll go back inside the church after a while because the minute my mass is long and I still can't breathe and I feel nauseated. And that church, Our Lady of Guadalupe, at that time, it was always made out of wood and it had the openings on the side where you could step outside to the sides of the building. It had doors where you could go out. So my mother said, wait right there. And so I can see you. Stand right there where I can see you and go get some fresh air. So I'll go get some fresh air. As I'm there, I'm seeing everybody sitting down and I'm just trying to get my composure back because my head was hurting and I couldn't breathe right. So I'm trying to get the fresh air. As I'm trying to get the fresh air, this is what happens. By the parasol, there's a tree in front of the parasol. And I hear somebody yelling at me. And I look and I see somebody behind the tree going like this. Like they're waving at me, like to go over there. So I'm staying right there and I'm just looking at my mom and I'm looking that ways. And they yell again, trying to get me to go over there by the tree. So I stay there because I know, what happened. My mom was obedient. How she disciplined us, old school. That would have been a whooping. I was already hurting. There would have been even more to the hurt I was already hurting. So as I'm sitting there, I mean, standing waiting for her, catching air. Next thing you know, I see him walking, and he start walking down the sidewalk, and he's coming straight towards me, and he stands right by the edge of where the church is, and I'm not seeing a person. What I'm witnessing is a dark shadow figure, pretty tall. He's looking at me, and I'm looking at it. This is what he tells me: do not pay attention to the man that's talking up there, and don't pay attention to what's up on the wall, which was, the cross. He said, "This is what he told me." He said, "I'm your friend." He said, "I want to take you where I live. Come with me. I'm your friend." And I said, "No, I believe in Jesus Christ." When I said that, my mom said, "Who are you talking to?" Because she see me talking to somebody. So when she said, "Who are you talking to?" I pointed, but the shadow figure's not there. But my mom seen it going behind the tree by the parasol, and she yells at that and said, "Hey, why are you talking to my son?" My mom, she grabbed him from the hand. "Let's go over here." And she's yelling through the sidewalk. I see you over there behind that tree. And she's walking with a purpose. And my mom doesn't play around. So as we're walking toward the tree she said, "I got you." There's nobody behind the tree, you know. Listen to me. And so she grabs me again and said, "Let's walk around the parasol. They're probably hiding somewhere around here." We walk around the parasol and she looks at this AC unit that's out there on the ground. They're probably hiding behind the AC unit. She goes over there. "I got you." And there's nobody there. We walked all the way around the block searching for what was calling me. So we got back to the point where I was at, standing, getting the fresh air. My mother said, "Holy Mary, Mother of God." That's what she said. Because she knew then that whatever it was an unclean spirit, demonic in nature. So basically, what I'm saying is this: came out of a tree, went back into a tree. Does that sound familiar? What do the people say about Bigfoots?
They disappear in the trees.
That they disappear in the trees, right? Y'all heard it. You heard it from the cryptid community that they trans uh disappear into trees, but they technically say is they're going into a portal. You know? Disembodied demonic beings that are in spirit can enter eminent objects in that manner. That's all I'm saying.
Yes, little rebel angel, all his life.
Yeah, I wouldn't say nothing to many people. I'll keep a lot to myself. But the things that I would see, I've seen demons and people. Benita Galvan's brother, the one that was sick. He was demonized, man.
Wow.
I would always see the demons in him. Check it out. This guy, he was. What's the proper word, cousin, of his condition?
I don't remember, man. It's been a long time.
Que estaba como malito. He was sick. Like he was all out. He wasn't all up there. The
Yeah,
only thing I was this guy when I would come from school because he was sick. He was slow.
did he
He
have
was
Down syndrome?
he had some kind of syndrome, right? He would literally stand by the door butt naked, and I could see the demon moving around in him. He was to me he was demonized, but that's what I will witness. Somebody's talking about they can't breathe, and they're talking about diets. Someone's put something in your McDonald's that had someone drugged you. Did he say tomorrow after Friday? He was gone. I have to tell him. I didn't even know who he's talking about. So he's out of here. Jamal something. But anyways, I think we're good for tonight. What do you think, cousin? I know
I
you're
think
probably
we're
tired.
good.
You're ready to get some rest. I would like to
Yeah.
take. I will now that you got a final story. We're going to. If we started with you, we'll close it up with you. You got a final story to say to the
No,
viewers? Is
I'm done, cousin.
okay. Somebody said
Little
salute from
rebel
down.
angel, just keep a strong love foundation, and that should keep you safe from anything trying to come at you in a negative way.
Danielle Silva says, "How does your dad know brujos?"
My dad was always with Papalero. That was his godfather that got him into that religion. That's how he knew him. And he's always been into that. I remember he always used to meditate in a dark room. My dad's been dead for about 4 years now, though, man.
Thank you for tuning in, guys. I know cousin Jesse needs to get his beauty sleep so he can look 10 years younger.
Maybe I'll grow that. Maybe I'll grow that toe that they cut off.
Someone said, "Brujos from Mexico are the good ones." That's what it says. You're like, I don't know, man.
Benny Blanco, I'm from Fort Worth, buddy. How you doing? Yeah, the witching hour is at 3 to 3:30. Just so you know.
Yeah. When is the demonic hour, cousin?
About
I
3 to
thought that
3:30.
the witching hours were from 1 to 2,
The
and the
witching hour
demonic
starts at
hour was
4.
from 3 to 4.
Yeah, the witching hour starts at midnight, and then the demonic hour is from 3 to 6 in the morning, right before sunrise.
Yeah, that's when I've had a lot of my experiences. Man, we still got 31 viewers. We got 24 likes. If we can get 3 more likes to make it to 27, maybe I might say one more story. You can get 3 more likes or 2 more likes. Nah, I'm just kidding.
Hey, look, that's what they used to call me when I was 13. Call me Billy Badass.
Benny Blanco gave us the like.
Awesome.
So Benny Blanco says that the brujos from over there are good in Mexico. I know a new curandera from Mexico, from Reynosa, and she would do good works, heal people that were being spiritually afflicted. But I knew when I was a kid, when I was 3 years old. So I guess in saying that, we can say I'm trying to think of something here real quick. Utah, somebody from oh, everybody's coming out of the war. It's got you see, cousin. Around what time is it right now?
Well, I got 250.
That's when they all come out. They come out like around 2:53. So sometimes I go speaking till like 4 or 5 in the morning. But I know
Last night,
we've been going for 4 hours just about.
man, I fell asleep about this time when you were kicking somebody out.
Miss Manny says, Manny Michelle says, when do you come alive? Sometimes I haven't rested in about quite a bit, so I might go get some rest after this live. But
You kind
sometimes
of,
I do lives in the morning, but I like coming lives in the evening time. 11, 12,
you
1,
kind of,
2,
you kind
3.
of sporadic, man. When you go live, it's very sporadic.
Yeah, different. I just come out of nowhere. So if you see spiritual encrypted encounters and y'all interested in the stories,
Hit the little bell.
we're I mean the experiences that we're speaking of, you're more than welcome to join and say what you got questions. We'll give you answers. Normally I go live like if you seen all the videos is at nighttime. Like I said, I don't like to step on anybody's toes. Because there's people that do lives throughout the evening. So I'm normally awake at nighttime. So that's when I like doing the lives like right now. No, I'm awake. But I want to say thank you for the viewers, and I want to thank my cousin Jesse for spending coming in and sharing his experiences with us, and to all the people that joined here. Man, we got 27 likes, cousin.
Yo, you told them and they got the 20, no, 37, right?
It's 27 likes.
You're welcome, Billy Blanco.
Yeah, we've been open up to the spiritual things are our lives, and we're able to see things that other people can see. Whether it's that we're spiritually blessed that way, uh, and it's with us, or is it because
Yes,
within the
we're actual
family there's
cousins, Daniel.
division, and those things are around us because it's in the bloodline.
Our moms and
Regardless,
sisters, Daniel.
regardless, we place Jesus Christ first. And
Welcome, Brandon.
that's what I use is Jesus Christ to be able to sense spiritually. Benny Blanco sounds like a familiar name.
Well, I don't know because he wants to meet both of us one day.
Oh yeah, he sounds very familiar.
Well, you know more
Yeah,
people.
I think yeah, I don't know where is he. Where are you from, Benny?
I think he said he was from Dallas, I believe.
Dallas area. There's all kinds of activity over there in Dallas too. It's everywhere, spiritually. But in saying that, we can finish off with this with a prayer. You know.
How do I sleep?
Uh,
Like this.
well, the thing is, when you sleep, sometimes you don't sleep. Some people don't sleep. Why they don't sleep? We can go into another subject right now. Sleep
Sometimes I
paralysis.
feel,
I
sometimes I
know, but
feel
I'm just
like
saying,
somebody
sleep paralysis,
sits on the bed.
sleepwalking, dealing with incubus and succubus. Maybe that'll be the next show, but I could keep on going. And we know there's a lot of people that deal with that. And here's the remedy: black tourmaline
I need to give me some of that, man. I don't have
and
any
a
black
piece of
women.
selenite. The black tourmaline keeps the negative energies away. No, of course, Jesus Christ is the ultimate protector, but it doesn't hurt taking extra measures. And the selenite brings your guardian angels and the angels to assist you spiritually.
Benny
So I carry
Blanco,
this carry around this around my neck everywhere I go.
Benny Blanco. I live in the north side of Fort Worth, man.
Oak Cliff, yeah, I know where Oak Cliff's in Dallas. I used to live in Plano, Texas, a long time ago for a little bit till
You
I
got
joined the military.
you got
Benny
31
Blanco,
likes, 31 people in here, cuz.
yeah. Benny Blanco says the brujas and brujas wake me up every time at 3 a.m. I believe you, Benny. You probably, if they're waking you up, it's because you're spiritually gifted and they're trying to lure you outside. So I would suggest stay inside, because they're trying to get you to go outside so they can try to spiritually attack you or drain your energy. You know,
Yes, we are cousins, Daniel.
Al Gore says he definitely needs to talk about the incubus and the succubus.
You remember the ones you took off of me, cousin?
Yep. Benny, but oh, that's right. Now I know who you are, Benny, because I've seen you before. He
Yeah,
says he
I
prays
don't
to
play
the
with
Santa
that.
Muerte at
I
this
don't play
time
with
also.
that. I don't play with that. No, no. That's might be your deity, man, but no, I don't play with the Santa Muerte.
I don't the Santa Muerte. I don't believe in the Santa Muerte. Honestly,
Well,
uh,
it's a very betraying deity, man. It turns on the people that follow it.
well, I believe the cartels in Mexico be praying for the Santa Muerte. The cults. I mean the drug cartels.
Yeah, man. I know paleros that don't even mess with the Santa Muerte, man.
Dang.
Yeah.
So where is this deity from, cousin? Enlighten us.
It's from Mexico, man. It's a Mexican deity. But like I said, I know paleros that don't even
So
mess
how
with
does
it.
is the Santa Muerte look like? It's got like a robe on, and you can see like a face of a skull.
Yeah, and it's got a scythe.
It's got what?
A scythe. You know, a
What's that?
sickle. A sickle.
I'm gonna have a picture then of the Santa Muerte.
Mm-hmm.
I think I have a picture or something like that. It's an old picture when I was going through what I was going through in Elms Grove.
Well, Benny Blanco, if you had to turn to her for help, I believe you should turn to Jesus Christ. I think you get better help there.
Just remember, Benny, Beelzebub cannot cast out Beelzebub. But there's people that are gullible, man. That I mean, maybe Benny doesn't know Jesus Christ. Maybe no, his parents didn't teach him about Jesus Christ, or he doesn't have a personal relationship with Jesus Christ. And the only thing he knows is the Santa Muerte. I think Martin Cisneros and all those people, that's what they worship was the Santa Muerte. Remember about Martin and Oscar and all of them? To my understanding, that's what they were worship over there in the valley, cousin. The Santa Muerte.
Yeah, my ex son-in-law has one on a chain, man. I told him too, man. Be careful with that because if you do anything that you're not supposed to, it comes for you, betrays you.
Benny Blanco said, I did, but Christ did not help me, bro. Well, maybe because you didn't truly believe
You
or
have
have
to
the
have,
faith in them
you have
for
to
him
have
to
faith.
assist you.
You have to have
You gotta
faith.
have faith in order for him to assist you, man. Genies come from the Muslims believe of the jinn, yeah, the jinn, which is nothing more than a demon. Yeah, the demon. That's what they are, demons. The you got the DDN, this disembodied demonic Nephilim, that they're demons now. After the flood, they lost their bodies and they're disembodied spirits, demons that roam earth because they dislike mankind and they possess people to try to destroy people. They're the ones that are causing the chaos and havoc all throughout or the world right now. I've seen that in my house a long time ago. I heard my front door look at me and around and let it was floating fall. And some Benny says he respects everyone's beliefs. Yeah, I know who Benny is now because I think I've talked to him about it when he was telling me about the Santa Muerte, this and that, you know. But in saying that, brothers and sisters, you got any final words to say to the viewers? Because just man, it keeps on going from 29 to 30. It jumps up to 30
Mm-hmm.
something.
Well, all I want to say is thank you for coming in and listening to our experiences. May the Lord bless you and y'all have a good night, a good morning.
Yes, I was
So,
in First Armored Division. I was in 135 Armor. Duty station was in Erlangen, Germany. In saying that, let's finish it up with a prayer. Heavenly Father, at this time, I would like to pray for all the viewers, for my cousin Jesse. Yeah, I'm placing the heavenly crosses in everybody's foundation, from head to toe. Uh, if there's any unclean spirits of any kind of sort around us, you're not welcomed in our household or in our foundation. We tie, bind, and rebuke you in Jesus Christ's name. And I call upon the Heavenly Father to send the heavenly angels to do a clean sweep of our homes, our foundations, and our personal belongings. It's a prayer in Jesus Christ's name.
amen.
Amen. Everybody have a beautiful, blessed evening, and thank you all for tuning in. I hope you liked it. You can leave comments after the show, you know, and I'll respond to the comments that y'all leave. Uh, love, light, and blessings to you and your families. Just remember one thing: to always maintain the love foundation to whatever you're going through. Take Jesus Christ first, and you're never alone. Don't let the unseen control you because you're never alone. Jesus Christ is with you. We're with you. You know, you're not alone. We care about everybody.
Fine tune your senses, please, so you can feel where they are. Bye.
You have a good night.